afternoon. I'd like to call this
The
Tampa
broadcast
City
is now
Council
starting.
workshop
All
to
attendees
order.
are in listen-only mode.
All right, if we could please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you very much. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, if we could have roll call.
Carlson. Kurtek. Here. Clemens.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira.
Here.
Miranda. Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
And Councilman Carlson is walking in, so we are complete. All right, at this time, we'll have public comment. How many people do we have online that are registered? I know there were 4 that signed up, but how many are on? Just 1? All right, we'll take that individual first, and then we'll go to the audience that's here. Is it Mr. Randolph? Go ahead, Mr. Randolph. If you can hear us, you have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Michael Randolph, and I'm with the West Tampa Community Development Corporation. Just want to give some updates. First, I want to talk about our West Tampa Community Engagement Initiative. Mapping back the results, and what their results shows is that certain groups of people, the low income, those with substance abuse problems, seniors at risk, and those with criminal records, are asking that we redo it, but this time we can focus only with those individual groups. So for the next 6 to 8 weeks, we're going to be doing that. On August the 30th, we have our next community meeting coming up. It's called the State of West Tampa Challenges and Opportunities. It's going to focus on the technology, wealth building, our initiatives, public safety, our home-based economic initiative, our public-private relationship, and 2 classes just coming up. One of the classes is the business development class, which is going to be 8 to 12 weeks long. It's going to start in September the 15th. We're going to be using this initiative, AI and ChatGPT, to actually increase business opportunities. The last workshop we have coming up is our professional grant proposal workshop. This is focused on current nonprofits in West Tampa and their staff to provide them with the skills that's necessary to increase their capacity to go after grants. This is going to be an 8 to 12 week program. It started on September the 21st. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else that's registered that's online now? All right, we will go to public comment for the folks that are here. You can choose to speak either now or after we have our presentation and discussion. If you want to speak now, please stand, line up, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Just state your name. And the subject matter, of course, is this upcoming budget. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, hi, I'm Carol Bryant. Thank you for listening tonight. Your responsiveness to our citizens' request is one of the greatest things you've done to make Tampa the #1 place to live in Florida. I'm really proud to be here as a 7th generation Floridian. I'm here though because I want to ask for your continued support for the local arts programs in the Parks and Rec Department. I know there are many, many important needs, but I recently, and I shouldn't have been surprised, I'm a 27-year USF health researcher, and I've had this positive experience with the art programs here, so I shouldn't have been surprised to learn about a brand new field called neuroarts or neuroaesthetics, but it has just proven with just incredible data from MIT, Johns Hopkins, and other universities, the amazing impact that the arts has on our brain development, our physical health, and our mental health. In fact, especially in today's world with so much loneliness and anxiety, it turns out that just 45 minutes, you don't have to actually create art, just appreciating what they call beholding art, 45 minutes a month can lower depression, lower anxiety, and actually for our kids increases brain development. So if you have kids at home, get them in the arts and they'll do better scholastically. I mean, we've known for a long time about music and how it helps math, but it turns out all kinds of arts will help brain development. If you have someone in your family who's had a stroke, who has Parkinson's, struggling with dementia, you may already know that the medical world is using arts as part of the rehabilitation. And as a patient at Moffitt, I have noticed each time I go there that they have an arts studio right outside of the clinic where I go, and you can doodle, and it turns out it actually helps you be happier, healthier, and live longer. So I shouldn't have been surprised about this as a researcher, but I was. I always thought of arts as just a hobby I wanted to do when I retired, and believe me, it is fun. But it turns out it is a recipe for a better life and for a better, thriving Tampa. So what I'm here tonight for is because there are 2 part-time positions proposed in the cuts for the Taylor Art Studio and the JCC. The cuts couldn't come at a worse time, not only because of all the benefits we now know about these programs, but because people are signing up for these programs in droves. Just at Taylor, there's a waiting list of 128 people for pottery, 54 for glass, and there's only room for 1 out of 9 Tampa citizens who want to take their other courses. So we really need to consider these programs. And to offset those costs, I strongly support the property tax increase, and I recommend Parks and Recs raises the fees. They're very, very low.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for listening to me tonight, and
Thank you
good
very
luck.
much.
Bye-bye.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, good evening. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Just a reminder for those people who are willing to speak or wanting to speak at the beginning of the meeting, you can choose to either speak now or later on after the council's presentation and discussion. But you'll only have 3 minutes, so if you take the time now, that'll be your opportunity for this evening. Just want to make that clear. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, go ahead. Please state your name.
My name's Dave Coleman. I'm from North Florida Avenue up in Tampa, and I've been trying to watch and listen and learn ever since the mayor placed the budget here on this counter a couple of weeks ago. No one's coming to save us, and we have needs, so the mayor says we need to raise taxes. Also says we need affordable housing. Yes, in my backyard is a great group, and there's other great groups also in town. Middle-class housing is a need, and therefore affordable housing, but multi-use with jobs like that type of construction where it's multi-use, but also affordable housing and a lot of middle-class housing. And a lot of those folks I'm listening to say that they can afford to pay the tax, and the tax is reasonable, and we have needs. So I get that part, but perhaps there's a better way. Perhaps a low-income exemption, perhaps higher impact fees on those million-dollar apartments. I know the money has to come from someplace, but generational wealth only exists if families can stay in their houses. It's the homeowners all over this city that put you in office, not the build, baby, build people that are stressing our infrastructure and causing the need for more money. And many of them are just barely hanging on. So as you go through your meeting, I really need you to consider the people that are just hanging on in this community. And I know a lot of you know how to keep them in houses. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir.
Hey, good afternoon, council, city staff. Nick Stocko, President, Tampa Firefighters, Local 754. I just wanted to highlight some things that the union brought before City Council in 2020, and there were some recommendations made by the union to keep up with industry standards and the needs that we need here in the city. It was recommended that 17 stations were needed to keep up with the growth and the demand that was going on in the city. 17. The union accommodated the city and said, okay, well, we need 3 immediately. We need 1 in Channelside, 1 near Station 13 by District 7, and then another one up in the north end of District 7 at K-Bar Ranch. Thankfully, they did acquire one of the structures and move 2 of the peak units up in the Sulphur Springs area, but we currently have not seen any additional new stations with an engine, a truck, and a rescue. In 2019, there was design money put away for the K-Bar Ranch territory, as well as last year's budget that proposed the design, the construction, where the money was come from, and that memo was put into the record on where this money would come from. If we do not put a station in this budget or a couple stations, we're gonna further move ourselves behind. We know response times, we know the increase in risk that we're doing by not putting future stations into play and in this budget. 90%, 88% of the calls are medical. However, all of the fire engines are ALS first arriving units and provide the same equipment that those ambulances do. The only difference is the fire trucks don't take the people to the hospital. However, we do provide first ALS paramedic care immediately. I often hear the metric of population to fire stations or firefighters. That's only relevant at 3 in the morning on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Because as we know, we take a lot of visitors and guests here with Busch Gardens, the Convention Center, Strass Center, 3 large cruise terminals that intake all of these people greater than the population metric. We need to look at the increase in risk that we have here in the city of Tampa and putting a station into this budget, because it is very well needed. If we don't, we're further setting ourselves behind, not standing still. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Matt Pallardy. I'm a multi-generation Tampa resident, and I actually went to school with, I think, our chairman here.
This is true. I can verify.
And, you know, it sounds like everyone wants a little bit of piece of the pie here, but I'm actually on the opposite side. I think that, and it's going to be redundant, I'm sure people behind me are going to speak to it, that everyone knows what real estate has done here, and they know what the assessed values have done. And, you know, it's been double digits for the last 5 years, and everyone knows that. So why tax another 16% on that? You know, I've bought over a couple $100,000 in tax liens. I'm very familiar with the millage rate, and it's really a shame what they do with the money. When I say they, I'm talking about y'all, and not what y'all have done in history. For instance, like, we want to make a park and a fountain, like Ybor City. You get off at 21st going to the Columbia restaurant, and, oh, it was a nice fountain, a nice idea, but now the homeless use it for a shower. Oh, we got to fence it off. So it's like a slippery slope everywhere you go. You know, and we got homeless outside my office building right here across from the police station, and they want me to build a rapport, like at a case study, just to get the homeless off my corner from, you know, everything on my office. I'll just say that. And, you know, it's just shame. And, you know, 16% is a lot on top of an additional 10% annualized every year for the last 5 years. I'm not going to go into that because I'm sure other people will. You know, the next thing they're going to be asking for is us to bond out, you know, some bond for the Rays Stadium in Ybor. That's next. So I just recommend y'all don't approve any new budget like that extends the millage rate.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nathan Hagan. I'm a volunteer chapter lead with a group called YIMBY Tampa, stands for Guests in My Backyard. There's so much to say about the need right now. I don't think you'll talk to a single serious professional who works in public services in the city of Tampa who will tell you that we have an allocation issue and not an income. We don't have a spending problem, we have an income problem. I mean, that's why as far as I know, everybody on this council supported all for transportation because they understood that we have a revenue problem. There is no way to find coins underneath our sofa cushion to solve the incredible weight of the problems that we have ahead of us. It's just not possible. It's just not possible. So I'm not here even to pontificate about the millage rate increase, but I will say that there's a lot of work to do, and the idea of cutting things out of the budget that are needed, for example, housing, which, to be honest, I haven't had enough time to look at it to see exactly what our asks might be, but I can tell you they're more than what we had last year, and I appreciate what we did last month with the CRA budget, but if you ask your planning staff what it will cost to solve the affordable housing crisis in the city of Tampa, I'm sure they will tell you a millage rate increase is not even a tenth of a hundredth. It's an infinitesimal amount of money compared to the cost of solving these problems that we have in front of us. So I think that there are people who don't like to have their money taken from them in taxes. They don't really offer solutions for their community. They just want to make noise because they're hurt because money's coming out of their pocket. There are people who are actually being hurt. And there are actually people who are being hurt by property taxes. For example, we in Tampa, if you are a renter, are paying at 10%. Your tax bill for your landlord is going up 10% a year, and that's usually going straight onto the tenant. So there are problems that people who own homes, who are income restricted, are facing that this is going to exacerbate. And that's a really tough challenge. But when you look at the money that we can put towards affordable housing to make sure that there is housing for last resort, which I don't think is even in this budget, but it should be. There are ways we can spend money to help people out, and our CRAs do some work like that with rehabilitation and things like that. There's just so much opportunity to use money to fix problems that cutting budget or refusing to raise money is not going to solve. We need solutions. If somebody's coming up here sending you emails asking for you to do nothing and to not solve our problems, please just ignore their email. They're not the people who are voting for you. Nobody elected anybody in the city council because they thought you were going to be a do-nothing nobody who doesn't want to contribute to the solutions of the city. So please consider, if you're actually trying to solve problems in the city, will you vote for this budget, and what will you ask for? And again, this is not an endorsement of what's on the budget today or the specific millage ask, but we need solutions, not do-nothings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker?
Hello, I'm Gail Pallardy-Likes, and I'm a multi-generational family from Tampa. Grew up in a family on Davis Island. My background is I was a real estate appraiser, and now I've sold residential real estate for 30 years. I'm violently opposed to raising the millage rate. I do think the city has to help people and meet our needs, but everybody needs to realize Save Our Homes and homestead exemptions not going to protect people against this millage increase. So a lot of people have said, well, I have homestead exemption. When you raise the millage, it raises the taxes on every single piece of property that's not exempted, which there are numerous ones that are exempted, like the Raymond James Stadium, Amalie Arena, Yankees Field. They're not paying any taxes. So if you want to be creative about coming up with more taxes, maybe we could tax their ticket sales, tax their parking. Taylor Swift brought in a lot of money in 3 days in Tampa, and I don't know what the taxpayers got from that. So I'm not saying ignore the needs of the people, but going to the millage rate is the wrong thing to do. Tampa has had incredible appreciation over the last years. Michael Perry, who is the city budget director, provided the statistics that from 2018 to 2023, the city's revenue went from $183 million to $299 million. That's a 63% increase and $116 million. So my question is, where has this money gone? We've had so many new real estate projects come on in the last 2 years. The Sanctuary and the Addition are examples. They had record-setting single-unit sales of $7 million and over. These taxes have been coming into our coffers, and we need to do something responsible. Raising the taxes on top of the recent increase in flood insurance, increase in hazard insurance, increase in mortgage rates is going to cripple the people trying to buy homes here. We do need help, but there's a lot of money, and I'd like to see responsible fiscal use of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Jason Marlowe, 707 East Caracas Street, and now something completely different. I came before y'all a couple months ago to talk about food insecurity, and I'm here to speak on behalf of some of the fine folks at Meacham Urban Farm who are working very hard every day to combat that issue. And so we're just asking for continued city Tampa support to help fight one of the biggest crises in our community, which is people who simply do not know where their next meal is coming from, whether you be a senior or a homebound veteran. We need the increasing means to get the logistics of healthy produce to the people who need it. And I'm gonna let the farmers speak for themselves, but we just ask for continued city of Tampa support. So thank you guys so much for all that you do.
Thank you very much. Next speaker?
Hi, my name is Joe DeLesio. I'm one of the owners and operators of Meacham Urban Farm. We are a 2-acre organic farm situated in downtown Tampa. We work with the Hillsborough County School District to provide education for children, as well as with Tampa Housing Authority to provide fresh access to nutrient-dense foods directly into the communities that need them. We've been on the site for about 2.5 years. At this point, we're producing about 50,000 pounds of produce a year, and we're hoping to continually increase that. So with the support of the city, for the foundation that we have laid and the sweat equity that we have put in, we would like to continue this project and provide more resources to people and provide more food and more education. Some of the other farmers here today are going to speak about what we do. And I appreciate your time. So.
Thank you very much. Next speaker?
Hello. I'm Nicole Kublins, a farmer at Meacham Urban Farm. Thank you for taking your time to listen to us today. With your support, Meacham Urban Farm will continue to educate people of all ages here in Tampa. We host field trips for children from preschool through high school. Our closest students coming from Booker T. Washington Elementary School. They walk over. Students tour the farm and learn about where and how their food is grown. We also had great success hosting subsidized workshops with partnering nonprofits to teach small-scale regenerative agriculture to aspiring farmers with low income. And we also have weekly volunteer opportunities with dozens of dedicated volunteers who are passionate about local agriculture and leave with hands-on growing experience each week and knowledge. With these successful educational activities and programs, your continued support will help these existing programs be better, will increase the frequency of these educational opportunities, and help us grow with our community here in the city of Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a quick question that no one's answered. If you're from Meacham, you might be able to answer it too. What is your, you said continued support, what is your ask? You have to come up to the mic.
Podium.
So we are asking.
Just state your name one more
yeah,
time. Just
Joseph
for the record.
DeLesio, owner and operator at Meacham Farm. So the current state of the project, we are 5 years into this project with 2.5 years of actually on site. There was an incredible investment overhead to get this project built. We put a lot of our own resources into it, personal time and money, as well as we got a HUD funding. So we're asking to be able to finish those build outs, to finish this platform for the students, and to create more access to food, to be able to open and bring in more farmers, support more local growers, and increase our ability to aggregate and build the local food system, as well as provide more education for the students. So that's finalizing this build out of this project and making it a whole experience for the kids and for the community.
What is the project?
Excuse me?
What is the project?
Meacham Urban Farm?
No, but you're talking about building out the project.
Okay, the actual specifics of it?
Yeah.
Okay,
just quickly, because a lot of people are saying, okay, I need this amount of money for this thing.
Okay, so the first thing is we need to finish infrastructure build out, which would be adding on and finalizing our greenhouses. This would extend our production and food security, so we will be able to, with severe environmental conditions, we will be able to produce almost year round. So this increases our rate of production about 25–30%, and that food goes directly into our community via our farm store that's on site. Some of the other things that we want to do is we want to finalize our pavilion build out. So this goes into our store as well as our educational area. This is putting in shelving, basic refrigeration, and then this gives us the opportunity to bring in more farmers and supply it. So these are basic infrastructure improvements. They are incredibly expensive doing in the city, and so we're looking for support for that. We are looking for support to plant out our entire property, all of our marginal areas that we cannot grow vegetables. We want to finalize those plantings with edible fruits. So this is our perennials on our educational tours. So we have a pathway that goes around the whole farm. We want to finalize this planting so it's a comprehensive experience for the children when they come on site. So those are some of the basic things that we want to do. We completed that phase 1, and now it's going into that phase 2.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate the specifics.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Please state your name.
My name is Stephen Fox. I'm a resident here at Tampa, and I've worked at Meacham Urban Farm for over 3.5 years. I've come here to ask support for the farm because I believe in its mission. We don't like to consider this project just a farm, but something much more. For one, we have tried to make it an agricultural education center for Tampa residents so that they may develop the skills to feed themselves and understand how food is produced. It is also a green space that increases biodiversity and helps protect Tampa's soil and water resources. And it is not just any kind of farm, but an organic small farm and business that stimulates the local economy and provides safe and healthy food for its residents. We are just one farm, and we have not even scratched the surface of what we are capable of. With increasing instability in the global food system, which cities like Tampa rely on for its food supply, we here at Meacham Urban Farm are trying to develop a working model for a sustainable future for the city of Tampa. If we are successful in our goals, we may be able to export this model to other neighborhoods in the Tampa area. This will allow citizens in other areas to enjoy better food access, agricultural education, and stable job opportunities. This is part of the long-term goal of creating a more resilient food system in Tampa, which can help buffer the negative effects of relying on a global food supply chain, while also enhancing the urban environment by restoring land to agricultural use. We wish to help Tampa become healthy, independent, and more agriculturally enriching for its residents, but we can't do this without some help. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Travis Morley. I'm the last Meacham Urban farmer, so we'll go through the farm talk pretty quick. I'm also here seeking support for the Meacham Urban Farm project. One of the last things we do is we're trying to make affordable organic produce for the neighborhood. One of our core tenets is we have a program where we're doubling the value of SNAP EBT. Anyone who comes in with $40 worth of EBT gets $80 worth of produce. It's a great program that we really pushing. And we've been talking to Feeding Tampa Bay recently about a partnership about supplying fresh produce boxes for a program that hopefully will get some traction. The big thing is that our project isn't complete. We started with some generous Tampa Housing Authority and HUD funding to get started, but it happened during COVID, and we're farmers, we're not contractors, so the project just isn't complete yet. Like Joe pointed out, we need work on greenhouses, finishing the whole layout of the place. We're on 2 acres, and every square foot could be a learning opportunity for kids. Everywhere you turn can be fruit trees or chickens or something that you can learn from. And we have that vision for that, and we're just looking to make this a gem in the city and a huge educational component for the town. So in summary, that's what we're looking for is funding to complete the project. My big thing is that I want to see every kid in Tampa know that a tomato starts green and turns red. I think we can accomplish that. So,
Thank you very much. And I did speak with the chief of staff a couple weeks ago about allocating some funds for the completion of the greenhouse. I don't know if it was $40,000 or $50,000. That's the number that I heard, but I did have that conversation. So you have been heard. Yep. Thanks. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Laura Line, and I'm an animal rescue volunteer based out of West Tampa.
And I'm actually here for some cursory research. The city of Tampa has been giving at least $10,000 to the Humane Society of Tampa Bay since at least 2018. And in scanning the budget, I couldn't identify if they are slated to receive a donation for the next fiscal year. So I wanted to confirm if they are, and if so, how much? That was really my only question.
Since we have the budget folks here, do you have that off the top of your head? Do you know, Mr. O'Hara? No? We'll find it. We'll find it, and, yeah.
I have Ms. Lyons' contact information, so
Okay.
if you want to email it to me, I will forward it.
Thank you very much. We'll get it for you.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Ruth State. Before we came to Tampa, we lived in Texas for 10 years. During that time, my husband was a history teacher, and after 9/11, joined the reserves. In 2006, military assignment brought us to Tampa, and at that time, our 4 boys were ages 8, 5, 3, and 4 months. We didn't know anyone, but quickly settled in and decided to stay because of the families who welcomed us. We had a wonderful church and a new job opportunity. And even though money was tight, we saved enough to buy a home near Plant High School. We continued to build friendships and a life that we love here. With a growing family and our first son headed to college, I went back to working as a nurse. As expenses grew and insurance rates increased, we reluctantly decided to sell the house and rent a smaller home. We wanted to stay in the area, but we did not want to live above our means. However, just finding a place to rent was daunting. Since we've made that move, the prices have continued to increase. Not just the sale prices of houses in the area, but the insurance rates and the interest rates have all increased. And although this is hard on our pocketbook, it has brought increased revenue to our city, which is why I don't understand how the city doesn't have enough in the budget. I imagine that with the sharp increases in home values, the city is enjoying unprecedented income, but they're still asking for a 16% increase. Mayor Castor has said in the Tampa Bay Times, and I quote, "There is no clearer message from voters that the time to act is now. Tampa voters want better infrastructure and are willing to pay for it." What poll is that from? We are now finding ourselves, even with 2 incomes, feeling like we can't afford to live here. It boggles my mind that with a straight face, anyone can ask average, hardworking citizens to take even more out of their pockets at a time when gas, groceries, and just the basics are pushing us to the breaking point. More taxes, just say no.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
Hi, everyone. I'm Claire Bennett, and I'm just going to speak from my heart. My husband and I have a house. We're very concerned. We oppose this increase in millage. When we have a new expense coming to our home, we sit down together and we look at our budget. We figure out what we can do. Well, we had a very high proposed increase on our property insurance, $1,500 from one year to that's a lot. So we thought, well, we can't do it. We can't do it. So we sat down, we looked at our budget. You guys really are overseeing a household for us. And we're asking if you could please go line item and find out where the revenue has gone from the increase in property values in our city. You've already heard this. Then I also heard, I think it was the second man that spoke with the long white beard, and he said, I want to stay in my home. So one of our children, she and her husband are seeking a rental property. They have a budget. They think that in 3 to 4 years, they will be able to save enough money to put a down payment on. Goodness knows what that's going to look like in 3 to 4 years. Well, they went to a elderly family who owns the house across the street that they inherited after Mom died. They themselves pay $500 in taxes a month for that. That's only the taxes. That's not the property insurance or the renter insurance or whatever else has to go to keep the upkeep of that house. So I went ahead and I did a little math. My husband and I left our home of 22 years in South Tampa to move to Port Tampa City. Do y'all know where that is? Do y'all know where Port Tampa City is? Okay, it's all the way down West Shore. A whole new environment for us, but our youngest son did attend Robinson in the IB program, so he's like, you're gonna really like it. It's a very diverse, and we do like it. Well, it's changing, which is great. I mean, but houses are being knocked down, big houses are coming up. So I went ahead last night and did some math. My taxes when I was in Sunset Park Isles were $4,100. 2 years later, the new home that's on that property is $38,000. That's just my experience. So what I'm saying is, I'm one house in all of Tampa, Hillsborough County, that is seeing this enormous increase in property taxes. Where's the money? I think that's my point. I like Meacham's, but I don't want my millage to go to build shelves and a new greenhouse. That's kind of where I am.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name's Ben Holmes. I live in Hyde Park, and I strongly oppose the 1 millage rate. Part of Tampa and why I'm here is because it has been an attractive way to live. So it's been pretty low cost. I come from the north, and it's getting higher and higher. I think my ask is to obviously oppose that millage rate, as well as make it more attractive for insurers to get in here and maybe get us some insurance at a lower cost. It's hard for a lot of us to even get outside or catastrophic insurance. We have to go to Citizens. I think that if you get more people into Tampa, right, then there's more people paying into the system. I don't know about you, but I paid for new air conditioners through my property tax on the schools, and then schools were shut down for 2 years. So do I get some money back for that? You know, I don't know, because I haven't received any money back. So, and that's where our taxes are going, into the public schools, public libraries. As I recall, for about 2.5 years, they took down the tennis courts, basketball courts. We couldn't use our public facilities, and children couldn't go to schools, but yet I paid for it, and I didn't receive any kind of a rebate. So I guess what I'm trying to say is make it more attractive for more people from up north to come down here, and then you get a bigger revenue base. And then you don't have to, you know, for these 7th generation people here who've been living here for a long time, they don't have to pay an increase in property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Is it 6 o'clock yet? Is it 6 o'clock yet? Anybody answer that? I don't have a watch.
5:43.
Quarter to 6.
5:43.
5:43. Then I'll have to say good afternoon. My name is Malik Lukman Abdullah. I approach this from a different perspective than what I've heard, in the sense that there is still a segment of the community that they are denied access to the resources. What do you mean by that, Mr. Malik? I mean that it's a racial issue. I'm looking at all this. You European white men sitting on the board, one white woman. So this is a continuation of the problem that we are having, that you guys, we elect to solve these problems for us. They're not going to get solved by you guys. These people out here, they're the one that's going to have to solve it. But they have to have the consciousness to work on these problems and to well, not to support bad decisions, but to support good decisions that's going to be inclusive for the community. So when we start doing that, you won't have so many complaints about people. In this budget here, there are, I don't know a lot about it, but it is suggesting that we're going to do all this cleaning up. And it's all right to clean up, but is it all right to deny your population access to these resources to clean up their own community? So I think the cry has been loud and clear over many, many years. But the question I ask is, who's listening? Because if you're listening, you want to address the problem that's bothering the people. But it's a continuation of the same old, same old. I don't have anything against the police, but I see the behavior of some bad actors oppressing people of color. That's a sick mind. We're sick and we condone it. We go along with it. So this is affirmation of the suffering of the community. I'm not embarrassed to tell you all this. I'm glad I can tell you all this because I'm relieving myself of the hand that's oppressing me, my family, loved one, and community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? It's been a while since I've been here. My name is Reba Hyman. I came here to speak on one thing, but after listening to the individuals up here, there's several things I want to speak about. But the first is Zion. Zion. Do you remember Zion? Do y'all know what Zion is? Do you know what it represents? The first American cemetery, Black African American cemetery. I want to thank you, the city, the state, for donating $50,000, which is about $150,000, which is peanuts to me. But it's fine because y'all made an effort. But most of all, I want to thank the city because some resources have helped us, but we still need some help. I just want y'all to keep that in mind, if not this budget, maybe next budget. Now, housing is a human right. It's amazing how I see here in cities, people talk about their homes and this is going up. When we've been fighting for 5 years for people that rent, been put out, rent continue to keep going up. The Band-Aid that we put on it is not helping. So how do we find those solutions once again? Because it's going to continue to happen. But it amazed me that now that it's affecting a lot of homeowners. Will y'all listen to them now? Because you seem like you're not listening to us. And I have to say us because it's us where we don't have that money to keep giving. You have people on fixed income. I had to save a lady today, a 76-year-old lady finna be evicted. 76 with mental health on a fixed income. It hurt in my heart. I had to call around and try to find those resources for her. And I'm still hurt. Her rent went up. She don't have it. But I found the help. We have to do something. You was voted in for a reason. Why you're consistent. Please do something to help us. Not you, but us. Because if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't be there. And I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Darren Spencer. I live in South Tampa. Fellow Dragons that are on the City Council, thank you very much for, yep, former military, former Air Force, now high school teacher at Jefferson. Go Dragons. I haven't had a lot of time in the last 2 weeks to really look over the mayor's budget because, well, it's the beginning of the school year, and as Councilwoman Henderson knows, it's an extremely busy time, especially with the additional duties that we have. But though I wanted to thank you guys for coming here and making sure that we had this special council meeting here so that we actually looked at everything in the budget and actually make sure that we're being fiscally responsible. I'm not saying we shouldn't raise the taxes. I'm not saying we should keep it where it is. What I'm saying is I just hope that in this meeting, and thank you all for listening to me. I know that we've had a lot of speakers today. That we look at everything to make sure that we're doing it right. I went back over my budget over the last 6 years with my wife last night. My property taxes have gone up 292%. Electric is up. Water has almost doubled now. I'm fortunate enough that I'm able to find room in my budget to pay for this, but not everyone in our community is. The kids that we teach at Jefferson are not in that demographic, and I am scared for their ability to be able to afford living here in the community that they grew up in. We keep raising these prices. At some point, where is that breaking point? Just on my block that I live in South Tampa, out of the 14 homes that are there, only 3 have not changed hands in the last 5 years. So that means if you go with the market value, 80%, do all the math, just one home just went on the market, sold for $1.2 million down the street from me. The home that was there before the elderly gentleman passed away, that home was valued at $125. So there's a lot of money that seems to be coming in, and like the lady who spoke recently, it just, at my perspective, I don't have the time and the ability to look at it like you have, so I just implore you to look at the income, look at the expenses, and make sure that we're being fiscally responsible so that we take care of current and the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening, council, administration. Joe Johnson, former chair of your Budget and Finance Committee. I'm here because I received a bunch of phone calls from people of every district. And, you know, for 3 years, I was a member and I chaired your Budget and Finance Committee. And we've always, you know, I worked to lead the committee and finding savings for the people. And when I get a call and people are concerned about the millage going up, the millage going up, excuse me, and your budget is increasing from $1.9 billion to $1.92 billion, there's money to be found in the budget to save to prevent the administration and council from increasing the millage. You know it, I know it, the administration knows it. I'm not here to attack anyone. But right now, the mayor presented her budget to council. The budget's in your hands. It's up to you, council, to scour through the budget, look at the numbers line item by line item, and be fiscally responsible. Be good economic buyers and custodians of the people's money. Year over year, this budget continues to increase. You now want to tax the people. Mr. O'Hara always say, got great bond rating. Why do we need to tax the people more? So again, I'm just here to speak on behalf of the people and just say, you as a council, the budget's in your hands now. Time for talk is over. There's a lot of talking points that I hear. Your Budget and Finance Committee presented on 6/22/23. Where your Budget and Finance Committee should be here, listening to these people, and also taking notes so that they can go back and make the sound recommendations to council before going to the final workshop of the budget adaptation. So with that, I said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good to see you back. Yes, sir.
Before I get going, I want you to put your thinking caps on.
We need your name, sir.
I'll give it to you in just a second. Put the pedal to the metal. The name is Lance Williams, 2615 South Dundee. Now we're going to get serious. Mayor Castor's approach to taxes goes deep into a philosophy of how government gets to control taxpayers. The administration's policy of how to do that has never been a secret. The program is called One Tampa. It's a mirror of what many cities across the country are imposing, embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion, all at taxpayers' expense. In her letter to City Council announcing the tax hike plan, we hear the term equity, and the word used repeatedly in budget plans year after year, equity. What is equity? Well, there's a Cuban immigrant that's going to speak behind me to tell you what it's like, what equity is like in Castro's communist Cuba. This is what equity is. It's where everyone is equally poor, they're equally deprived, they're equally miserable. Is it equity? Or is it equality that hundreds of thousands of men and women have died over the years to protect? Well, they didn't sacrifice so everyone could have all the same toys. That's equity. They died so everyone could have equal rights and opportunities. That's equality. So what does all this have to do with an increase in the millage rate? Well, I have an idea of what it means. One, the mayor mentions creating 10,000 new housing units by 2017. She also talks about streamlining the permitting process. There is one way to accomplish those things at taxpayers' expense. Gainesville is the first Florida city to try it, then revoke it, and then reinstate it. And it all has to do with single-family zoning. One lot, one house, one family. Opponents, yes, there are opponents to single-family zoning. They call it exclusionary zoning. Please give me extra time on this.
You still have time, go ahead.
Right now, the vast majority of the country's more than 19,000 cities, towns, villages enjoy single-family zoning in order to help maintain neighborhood integrity and consistency. Those who call it exclusionary say that's just not fair to everybody. Everybody should have all the same toys. And that's where equity and your taxes come in. If you do away, this is going to be at one more minute. Is there anybody who would yield?
Go ahead, go
time?
ahead, go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
If you do away with single-family zoning, it means you allow duplexes. This happened in Gainesville. If you do away with single-family zoning, it means you allow duplexes, triplexes, even fourplexes to be built in any part of the city. Corbeth Isles, Ballast Point, Maryland Manor, Egypt Lake. People who can't afford a house in one of those neighborhoods, well, they could now, because a builder could pop up a fourplex next door to you, so that four families who couldn't afford your $200,000 or $600,000 or $1 million house can now move into the neighborhood of their dreams for 1/4, remember it's a fourplex, for 1/4 the price. I can't afford to live on the water. And maybe I think that's just not fair. But if someone built a fourplex in Beach Park Isles, maybe I could swing it. If you think that's fair, maybe a tax increase is good for you. Because with all those new residents, we are going to need to raise taxes to improve schools, roads, hire more police and firefighters, or we could expect all of us to live within our means.
Thank you very much.
I've got 10 more seconds. And we could have the city live within its means. Remember, the budget has gone up 9% a year for the last 4 years. Is there anybody out here who has gotten a 36% increase?
Thank you very much,
in the
sir.
last
Thank
4
you.
years? No, almost done.
Thank you very much.
Almost done.
No,
With a
sir,
new
sir.
philosophical way
No, no.
to make everyone equal at tax. Please don't touch me. Please don't touch me. This is a new philosophy to make everyone equal at
Thank you very
taxpayers' expense. Please listen. This is important for
Thank
you.
you very much, sir.
And as for me and my house, keep your hands off.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Next speaker. Please state your name, sir.
My name is Javier Reyes. I live in 2951 Point View Drive. 3 years ago, I celebrated my American citizenship. it was the greatest day of my life. Every day in my life before I lived under Castro, we survived over there for about 3 years. We made $25 a month, and we live on what we call the notebook. The government gives you 5 eggs, 1 chicken leg, 5 pounds of rice, and you need to make your life with that. That's what the government does. I don't know about anybody who does. One of the best jobs in Cuba is tourism, where you can get some tips and trying to survive. Since then, I was trying to get out of there and plan my life here in America. But it took about 30 years before I escaped and I made my wife, my American wife, and I arrived to America, where freedom is a great thing. Hamburgers, nobody's buying you, nobody chasing you. You have food everywhere. But government here is like Castro there. They just demand. They just want things, and they just want it. I don't think that this is a dream that everybody has. I don't think that this is what we escape from a poor country where we don't have right to say what we want or what we need or where our salary goes. So please, 60%, has anybody sit in our chairs and think what's going on with us? Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, is there anybody else that wishes to speak? If not, we'll go to the presentation from the staff, from the administration, and then for those that have not spoken, you'll have a chance to speak after as well. Yes, sir. Chief Bennett. We have the budget up on, or the presentation up on our screen, if we can put it up on the main screen. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening, John Bennett, Chief of Staff. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the public, actually. It's a long day, of course, and we're happy to stay as long as necessary. On behalf of Mayor Castro, we appreciate Council holding this workshop centered on the FY fiscal year 24 budget with a particular focus on the requested resources to meet the required levels of service in core preventative and response functions of local government. We have just a few slides based on initial feedback from Council and the public, and then staff is happy to be responsive to any and all questions tonight and beyond. We prepared some decision support data for this evening based on questions from last week. However, if there are any requests that require additional analyses, we can bring that back by the first public hearing and load it into the agenda management system as relevant for the public's viewing. Let me bring up the first slide. First and foremost, as always, I'd like to collaborate and corroborate that we have heard from the public as their level of service priorities are demonstrated consistently over the past 4 years. This graphic shows, one, that there has been a high level of trust in local government and that the statistically valid surveys indicate the highest priorities of expectations of core service demands. We have our administrators and chiefs here this evening to address the broad and narrow scope of services as requested and identified in the fiscal 24 and 5-year capital improvement budget proposal. Next slide, please. Additionally, this next slide shows the customer service center apportionment of community concerns within these core service functions, and you can see that the concerns embedded in these 5 areas of policing, fire rescue, housing and homelessness, parks and recreation, and safe roadways corroborate the longitudinal or year-over-year data of real-time requests. Next slide, please. Furthermore, this sources and uses slide demonstrates that the citywide average would point services into these recommended percentages on the right, noting that 3 of the categories support preventative levels of service, and of course fire rescue and police tend to be response functions, albeit that both departments also have high levels of prevention engagement in their strategic focus areas under their core mission. Next slide, please. I'd like now to pivot quickly to some source data that shows the 4 council districts' relationship to the just value from the property appraiser against the programmatic tax caps relating to Save Our Homes, and note that the just value property appraiser demonstrates an average of 183% of the taxable value shown between the blue bubble and the green bubble. With no future guarantee of surtax support, we were trying to focus that our Tampa community is well guarded into the future, and our team of professionals are asking for the input or the resources support to deliver the services identified that we as city leadership have heard. My last two slides, sorry. My final slide before a quick service priority recap with staff ends in an attempt to provide a clear understanding of our full-time equivalent, or FTE, data in the FY24 budget recommendation. First, please note that despite the higher expectations of levels of service and closing deferred maintenance gaps and managing growth, the city is still below the FTE count pre-recession dating back to 2007. This is no secret, which leads me to the next point of our FTE assessment, shown in both transparency and accountability within the FY24 proposal. What you see in that proposal is reclassifications, reductions, and requests are all Mayor Castor's efforts to ensure that any elongated open positions are being reevaluated for both necessity and potential job description updating before finalizing those positions. Lastly, the strategic focus from our office is to try to sustain a 5% attrition vacancy goal and simultaneously make sure that we are aligned with recruiting and retaining the best and brightest within all classifications to optimize the efficiency, effectiveness, and equity. And I'd like to highlight the equity for us means level of service. We want the same level of service at every single doorstep, whether it's public safety, walkability, safe roads, and housing. By comparison, I've recently spoken to international experts identifying in the space of this field, the full-time equivalents, that the national gaps are running between 10 and 30% of the vacancy reports in government as compared to our 5% attrition goal. You can see the categorical alignment based on the general fund and enterprise resources highlighted on the screen. And I want to just highlight one quick example of the work relationship as it parlays into the FTE space is in our grants. When you see the increase of our grants in the budget, seeking those grants, writing those grants, delivering those grants, and auditing and accounting for the other money is an enormous increase of resource dollars and takes a lot of subject matter expertise and time and effort. Now I quickly will hand it over to the administrators and the chiefs to do a very light recap, but to drill down in the questions that have been asked of us over the last week, starting with Jean Duncan.
I just have a quick question for you, Chief.
Sure.
Can you go back to, I think, your
Absolutely.
second slide? I know you're trying to go fast, but I was unclear. One more.
That's in our customer service center data over the last almost 5 fiscal years.
One more back. Okay. Then maybe
That comes from the community value
okay,
service.
one more forward then. So, right now, we're trying, I had a question. I'm so sorry. I should have written it down. I'll come back to you.
Okay, we're here.
Sorry.
So Jean Duncan over our mobility and infrastructure will be followed by the rest of staff quickly.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Council. Appreciate your time tonight. Council, we can all agree that our residents want our roads to be improved. Twice the residents of Tampa had voted to approve a dedicated transportation sales tax. The longer we kick the can down the road, the more the costs rise exponentially. Next slide, please. A $1 bill increase can start to have an impact and move the needle on our decades of road maintenance needs. Over the next 5 years, we could increase our neighborhood paving coverage from 30 projects to about 100 neighborhood projects. In 5 years, we could also expand our citywide sidewalk network from 2.5 miles to over 17 miles. And we could increase our intersection safety improvement projects from 5 to 25 locations
It went off on our screens.
throughout the city.
There we go. Go ahead.
Next slide, please. Thank you. 40% of our roads throughout all areas of the city are in poor condition, with many others in the at-risk category. To rebuild a mile of a city street is at least 5 times more than the cost to repave. Every day, more of our roads are falling into the must-rebuild category. As you can imagine, we've had over 400 claims for pothole damage, and the average cost of a realignment is about $200. This is the same as the yearly cost for 1 mil increase for an average home. Next slide. As I mentioned, currently we're able to make paving improvements to about 30 neighborhood areas over a 5-year time frame. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yep, one back, sorry. Thank you. With the proposed 1 mil increase, we can expand our coverage to about 100 neighborhood areas throughout the city. And my last slide, please. We can also start to chip away at our extensive sidewalk needs. We have over 1,300 miles of sidewalk gaps around schools and neighborhoods. It will actually take at least $50 million a year to fill all those gaps over a 25-year time frame. That's just for sidewalks. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. Our residents want more. And my colleague will share her information next. Tampa Fire Chief Barbara Tripp.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chief of Staff, I had a lot of conversations with you all privately about this, and I just have to say object. I made a motion and City Council unanimously approved to create a sidewalk plan 4 years ago. And it was combined with the mobility plan. The plan just got finished. The community told us 4 years ago that sidewalks were a priority. The community's been telling us for 4 years that repaving roads was a priority. And we went to the administration every year and every month and said the community's telling us that, but the budgets weren't increased. And I would just appreciate if the staff, what I object to is I don't want the staff to convince us of the thing that we've been trying to convince the staff of for the last 4 years. Everybody agrees on the priorities. Let's please have a collaborative approach to this. We don't have to be sold on these priorities. We know them. The public doesn't have to be sold on them. The issue is whether the public wants to spend more money on this or not. And that's really the issue. But nobody should leave here thinking that City Council has to be convinced of that. It's objectional. And I asked you all privately, please do not do that in this presentation. I hope nobody else will do it. Thank you.
John Bennett, Chief of Staff. In reply to Councilman Carlson, we do agree on the priorities, which is why we're bringing them forward, to make sure that we offer you the decision support on the granularity of each one of those areas, and to show that between the surveys, the customer service requests, and then of course the dollars that are partitioned off for this, for the public's sake, to understand exactly where those dollars would support with everybody's approval. So this wasn't designed to be that. It was designed to speak out to the public, because it was only 10 days ago we gave the first presentation. So I think we are in agreement that we're aligned in these priorities. We're just trying to show the granularity based on the questions that we got back from council over the last 10 days. So.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Yes, thank you so much. Ms. Duncan, can you come back to the podium and just clarify? I didn't see that I don't feel that there's any opposition if they asked for it 4 years ago and you're asking for it now. What is that difference, or does that even make a difference in this term? Because I know that we kicked the can down the road, deferring projects, and now I'm hearing from you that if the millage is passed, this is what we can do versus 17 miles versus 100 miles. Can you just clarify that, please?
Yes.
Because I didn't hear the opposition from you. I just heard what you were presenting.
Yes, thank you.
So I don't know what the objection is from Councilman Carlson. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes, thank you, and I apologize.
Well, from her first, because, you did object after she spoke, so I just want to hear it from you, just to counter what he was saying, so I can have a clear understanding.
I apologize if this sounded like some sort of hard sell, or that you all aren't completely aware of our needs. That is not the case. You all are aware of our needs. You've been working on your side along with us to the best extent possible. What I was just trying to do is show a context of what we could do with this amount more. And again, even with the penny, it wouldn't be enough for transportation, because there's been so many decades of a lack of dedicated funding. However, we can start somewhere, and that gains traction. We can leverage those funds for grants we're missing out from the state and the feds. So we can maximize our investment, we can hit our most critical areas so they don't get any worse and our costs don't keep going up. So that was sort of my intent. Again, I apologize if it came off too strong. Clearly, we all know that roads are something of concern of all of our neighborhoods. And Councilman Carlson's been very helpful to share with us his needs in his area to make sure we're addressing those, so we don't have more accidents or more costs associated with those.
Right, that priority map where you put it up, can you go back, whoever's running the slides?
To the sidewalks?
Yeah, go back again, one more. That is with the millage increase, because the prior one currently is red. There are things being worked on
Yes.
at a certain rate right now and a certain price that's already in our budget. And then this is, we can do more. Do you know the percentage from 17 miles to 100 miles, more of coverage equates to what in millions of dollars?
I don't have that calculation. What I tried to do was, for pavings, make a neighborhood comparison, for sidewalk, make a miles comparison, and for intersection safety improvements, make a location comparison, just to try to get a sense of what the impact is. Because when you talk dollars, $1 million to one person, that means a lot. But to us, trying to build a road which costs $1 million just to build 1 mile of sidewalk, it's not a lot. So I was just trying to give a comparison that people could kind of get their head around.
Okay.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you so much, and I think your point is well made. So maybe that might be nice to find out how much a mile of paving is versus a mile of redoing a road. I think that would help the public also understand, because yeah, those are really big numbers, and it's so interesting that, in our job now where we have really big numbers that are basically part of our budget. So if you could go back a couple of slides. One more.
And if I could just mention, I did share just as a comparative, because it really depends on the location and the type of road. Generally, it's about 5 times more to rebuild versus repave, just as an order of magnitude.
Okay. And then, as you say, the longer we wait, the more chance we're going to have to rebuild a road instead of repave a road.
Yes.
So a couple back to where you had the cute stoplights and the sun. There we are. Which is a great visual, thank you. But my concern is over the next 5 years, you're saying that existing we can do 30 miles. But with the millage increase.
30 neighborhood projects.
Okay, 30 neighborhood projects.
Yes.
But with the millage increase over the next 5 years, we could do 100. And I'm wondering why that isn't a multitude of 5, why we wouldn't be able to do 150 projects instead of 100. If you're talking about 5 years.
30. Yeah, it's not a direct calculation. We did it based on the roads that we have, whether they're rebuild or repave, the lengths of the roads in different neighborhoods. So it's sort of a multifaceted methodology to get to the 100.
Okay.
We do know it will be a little over 100, but for this purpose of this type of presentation, that's sort of our back of the napkin estimate without more detail.
Okay.
But of course, we always try to expand our coverage as much as we can. And in terms of the equity, which was mentioned, we're always looking at making sure things are spread throughout the city in fairness to everyone.
Okay, and I have a question about, I'm looking at the schedule of revenue and expenses by fund, and I'm looking at 40,100, so parking operations. And this other line just is getting me, I have questions about on like almost every page because I don't know what other means. But for other in parking operations, for FY 2023, it was $5 million. And for FY 2024 recommended, it's $25 million. Can you explain where that extra $20 million is going and why we couldn't put it towards transportation improvements? Because $20 million in 1 year is a really large jump.
Yeah, I apologize, I don't have that.
I see Vic,
in
though.
front of me. Do you have any detail on that, Vic? And if Vic's answer is not adequate, we can certainly get back to you with those
absolutely, yeah,
details.
and I would expect that. I don't expect anyone tonight to have answers out of their pocket, but just to kind of bring it up, and if you can talk about it a little bit, if not, we can certainly get some information to then share with the public later.
Absolutely. Vic Bide, Director of Mobility Department. So in 2020, council supported and approved a rate increase and a policy increase with parking. This was much needed because rates hadn't been adjusted for decades and needed to for various reasons, among which is mobility benefits. So as part of that, we have more revenues today in parking, which mainly will go towards a lot of deferred maintenance in parking itself. So 15.8 of that $20 million is going to go towards various projects, and I can provide details on that, but it goes towards elevator repairs, upgrades to the garages, upgrades as in structural upgrades to the garages. For 3 of them, it goes towards a parking guidance system, which is a $7 million item, which is needed in our urban core with the 4 neighborhoods around, and various other elements that, again, we did not have the revenues to fund these deferred maintenance. So what you see with paving and our roads and our sidewalks, the same challenges have piled up over time with our parking resources as well. The good news behind that is, one, not only does parking now have resources, but parking is redirecting them towards mobility priorities. So we use parking revenues for a citywide sidewalk repair program, which over 4 years will eliminate 90% of trip and fall hazards on existing sidewalk. This does not include the 1,300 plus miles of gaps. We are using parking revenues to fund additional streetcar operations that allowed us to go from 15 and 17-minute headways to 12-minute headways. And we are using parking revenues for expanding not just on the demand side of transportation with roadways and bikeways, but also in supply side with the e-bike voucher program, which is income qualified and gives more to people that have lesser means. So we're being creative with our parking resources. If there are additional ideas, of course, we're open to that. And then on the paving piece, why is it not 5-fold increase? Mainly because what we would invest in initially is going to be the most pressing needs, so that we don't get into a rebuild cycle, we get back into a repave cycle, in essence. So, and those are going to be the most expensive projects early on, as informed by the MOVES plan. So.
Okay, thank you. If there's a way, I would love for a breakdown of the other expenses column to what that 25 million is going toward. I think that us as a council would greatly appreciate that, especially if some of that's going to help go towards parking garages to maybe increase the, oh, okay. Yeah, so if you could send me the list, I would greatly appreciate it. But that way, we can know and the public can know. But if what you're saying is we're gonna have so just a quick aside, I'm guessing that the parking program you're talking about is like one of those flashing things that tells you how many spots are available?
So the guidance system
Okay.
is, that's correct. And then it integrates with signals in the garages as well. So
Okay, so then that would make sure that our parking spots are full as much as possible, which would help increase the revenue we would get from them.
correct.
Okay.
Councilman Clendon and then Councilman Moran.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Duncan and Mr. Beatty. I have the luxury of not being in the last council. So some of this stuff, they referred to, I get to start fresh on a lot of these things. And I just want to express that, one, as I envision this workshop as an opportunity to share, not just with the members that are sitting up here in the dais, because we all have met with you guys countless times over the last couple of weeks about budgetary issues, but kind of being able to share the same things that you guys have shared with us privately, we're able to share to the public. So I think this is a wonderful opportunity, and I find, especially in this presentation, it captures exactly what the current circumstances are and what dire straits we are in maintaining our infrastructure and where we need to be. I really appreciate the one slide that you had up there showing under the current budget what we are able to accomplish versus with this increase, what we can accomplish with the increase. And and quite frankly, I don't see an opportunity to do anything else than that. And I don't think you have to be too bright to go into City of Tampa and realize that we have great needs in our roads. You know, I drove down a couple of streets today and I felt like I was in a third world country and not in a cosmopolitan city that is thriving like the city of Tampa. You know, I know full well, including, I know my predecessor was a big advocate of this, is building these sidewalks around these, you know, these schools and making sure that these kids in neighborhoods have a safe opportunity. So I appreciate this opportunity to, one, to reinforce what I already understood and also to be able to share this information with the public. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. There's some items that I think that have to be addressed that you were being very kind. Not this administration, not this government, not all of us, but at one time we sold one of the only garages that was making a profit. So that hurt the parking department greatly. Then another administration with another council gave away the parking from certain areas to certain areas to certain other people. Am I correct?
Yes.
So there's your downfall. Period. Nothing else said. I can't say it any other way.
Thank you very much. Councilman Vieira? Wait.
Oh, I mean, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to go and speak after the whole presentation. I don't want to go piecemeal. That's what I was saying is I'll speak after and by the way, everybody can speak as they want. God bless you all. I'll very likely just go at the end just to address everything as a whole, just my preference, if I may. Thank you.
Some of us can't remember that long.
I know. I may peek in. We'll see.
I was going to mention regarding, you know, listening to us about sidewalks. When Offer Transportation was on the table, and if that funding would have come through, I remember meeting with you specifically, and you showed me a list of sidewalks saying, this is what we can do with the funding. So, and that was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I don't remember. It's been a while, but I understand the constraints budgetary. You know, it didn't go through. We don't have that extra dedicated funding, and here we are.
Yes.
So, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up, and apologies for interrupting your presentation, but the point is that I don't want anybody who's watching council for the first time to think that we don't think these are priorities. Anybody who's been watching for the last 4 years knows that I've been saying over and over again, we need to fix potholes. Everywhere we go, we get complaints about potholes. And I don't want to get deep into the weeds on it and have a long discussion, but I think the budgets for the last 8 years or so were, and that's prior to this administration, were expecting that Offer Transportation would go through and the money would go through. Now we know it's not, and we're not going to get it probably for 10 years. And so it's prudent to look at other sources. But the fact is that in anticipation of Offer Transportation going through, the road repair budget and the sidewalk budget didn't go up, even though we were all asking for it, while the overall budget more than doubled. And so I just want the public to know that that it's not because City Council didn't think it was a high priority. And it's not that the administration thought it wasn't a high priority. For whatever reason, the administration didn't raise those, and they may have had good reasons for it. But now the point I'd like for us all to make is that we all agree on what the issues are. And for example, Chief Tripp, who I've cut off, is going to present next. And my colleague, Councilmember Vieira, has for 3 years or so asked for a public safety master plan, and in particular for a fire rescue master plan. And we don't exactly have that now yet, but this council has supported every time he's asked for prioritization of fire rescue. And so I hope that in the presentations of fire rescue and police, almost a year ago, I asked for what the PVA requested, which is an additional 200 police officers. At the time, the administration said, no, we don't need any new police officers. In the new budget, they're proposing 30. So there's movement forward in all these things. The point is that council has been an advocate for what the community has been asking us for several years. The administration now is asking for it. And so instead of the administration trying to convince us of it, I hope that everyone can say, you know, we've listened. We've not only listened to what the customer service phone calls are saying, but we listen to council, and council is listening to the public that these are the priorities. Thank you.
And one final thing before we go to Chief Tripp. You know, I've been here a while, and I supported the stormwater assessment, and I supported pipes. And what I was told both times was, because we have to tear up the roads to replace those pipes and upgrade the stormwater, we're going to repave those roads. And we've seen that. I drove down Central Avenue south of Hillsborough yesterday, Henderson and Dale Mabry, you know where the projects are at. So that's billions of dollars in funding that I know it's going to take a while, but it's going to end up helping us catch up on these road repaving or road reconstruction, because, I mean, they're taking it down to the dirt, below the dirt. So that's another thing too, is we have been investing, not at this level where we're dedicating to fixing the roads, but because of those projects, it's double-sided. So thank you very much, Chief Tripp.
Thank you very much.
We'll go to fire rescue.
Good evening, Council. Chief Tripp, Temple Fire Rescue Fire Chief. Here to do a little small, just reiterate on fire rescue. So, as I stated before, Temple Fire Rescue basically is an outstanding all-hazard agency that has met many national standards and accreditation over the last 128 years. Temple Fire Rescue will definitely benefit greatly for an increase. The additional funding will allow Temple Fire Rescue to hire additional personnel, and basically we will implement 5 additional ALS transport throughout the city of Tampa. Based on the recent stats of 2022, Tampa Fire Rescue provided medical service to approximately 90% of the 91,000 calls that was received. These additional resources will be placed in 5 fire stations that do not currently have ALS transport units. This will help decrease the wear and tear on the ALS engine, which the ALS engine costs over $800,000, and definitely will be available for other services. Next slide. As Tampa Fire Rescue continue to reduce response time.
People may not know this listening what ALS means. We know what ALS is.
I'm sorry.
The people at home and people back there might not know what that is.
My apologies. ALS Advanced Life Support Transport Units versus Basic Life Support BLS units. As TFR continue to reduce response times, there are multiple components involved to maintain and stay in compliance with the national standards, which include placing medical hubs in areas where response time is increased, implement best practice technology, including like a pre-exemption platform. And what that is basically to allow the vehicles to move safely through traffic efficiently and effectively, as well as what mobility has. This will interact with the system. When the lights are turned on, basically they can travel through the traffic as an easy flow without causing additional accidents. TFR mission is to protect our community by providing immediate response to all requests for service. In March of 2023, an additional ALS transport unit was added to the city limits. And of course, the data shows that it shows 19% decrease in unit hour utilization for the next incoming unit. These additional funds will assist with upgrading, remodeling, rebuilding fire station to accommodate the additional personnel and equipment. As I stated before, TFR was established in 1895. It was known as Tampa Fire Department. The station was built for fire apparatuses only. So back in the 70s, emergency medical service was introduced to the fire department and becoming Tampa Fire Rescue. Many of the stations were not redesigned to accommodate additional personnel and or equipment. Statistics shows that the fire stations are geographically located throughout the city of Tampa. Each of the districts listed as stations age from 5 years to 109 years and need renovations for current codes, appropriate living conditions for the men and women, and these fundings will assist with providing a safe haven during natural disaster. So as you can see on the chart here, especially District 4, we have 3 stations that are 65 years old. District 5, we have 2 stations that are actually 58 years old, and 2 of them that's 95 and 109 years old. Station 6, we have a couple of stations that are 65 years old, as well as Station 9 and old Station 25. And in Station 7, the oldest station there is actually 35 years, and these funds will help. As we talk about a master plan, and just to reiterate what Councilman Carson says, I agree a master plan is needed. We also need to make sure that we have the appropriate equipment to make sure that master plan can provide the correct data as well as the information that's needed in order for the community to be served the way it should be. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief Burkhall.
Chief.
Good evening, council and residents. As we can all agree, the Tampa Police Department is functioning very well. However, there are areas that need optimization, including addressing the gaps in the number of officers. There's also a continued need for modernizing our vehicle fleet. Moreover, in our expanded community outreach, the Police Athletic League, also known as PAL, would benefit from additional professional staff. In addition, evolving technology is also critical for our officers to operate more efficiently. So I've previously referred to this as the 3 Cs: the cops, the cars, the community/technology. We've seen in the first half of this year a reduction in violent crime and an increased solvability rate in our homicides. Our officers are solving crimes with an unprecedented sense of urgency. This doesn't mean that our work is done. We're still out there fighting pockets of crime, just like we've discussed here in council about the Liberty gas station. However, we are on the right track and we're making a difference. We are just under 1,000 officers in a city that is just over 400,000 citizens. Clearly, we can't do it alone, but we are fortunate to have an engaged community. As you can see from this chart on the left, and as all council has discussed prior before, the police department must begin to grow with the population. Otherwise, we would face falling below the national law enforcement standards. The national average is 2.4 officers per 1,000 citizens. We're currently at 984 positions, and next year our population is estimated to increase. Without adding these officers, we could, for the first time that I'm aware of in the last 30 years, fall below that national standard. In addition to the population, there's plethora of other increasing demands on our personnel. We talked about it before. The time we spend on calls is increasing. The evolution of our assignments, including our real-time crime center, behavioral health, homeless outreach, the large number of special events our city has, and even technology and training require more time. So we're proposing adding the 30 additional sworn officers, which would bring our staff from 984 to 1014, thus improving our officers to citizen ratio and keeping us above the national average. These additional officers will be assigned to our front lines in patrol and fill our current gaps of officers assigned to training and those on long-term military leave. This increase would add 10 officers per district, and we have 3 districts, or it would add 5 additional officers per sector. We have 3 districts and each contain 2 sectors for a total of 6. These include areas like South Tampa, West Tampa, North Tampa, East Tampa, Seminole Heights, and downtown/Ybor. While we have lost officers over this time that I've been here, we have gained some. 2 years ago, we added 10 officers on a grant, but the need in the city is growing and we need to grow with the city. Over the 3 years, this increased staffing would incur a cost of over $9 million. Through the Department of Justice grant, the city would save nearly $4 million of that amount. After the 3 years, though, when the grant runs out, this increased staffing would be an ongoing additional increase starting at $3.5 million per year, and then, of course, adjusted with salaries as they increase. Hiring and recruitment, it's also essential, and I'm proposing we add a second scholarship class. Basically what that is we pay for the recruit to go to the academy and pay their salary so we can recruit from within. So adding that second class and paying for those salaries and tuitions would cost roughly about $500,000. As you can see, based on the image on the right on this slide, our police fleet needs additional funds to bring up to more acceptable rotation. Our police cars are aging and in need of replacement. Nearly half of our fleet is 6 years or older. To accomplish this, we're requesting an additional $3.5 million plus to the fleet budget. The impact of not having this funding results in fewer cars being purchased, which means keeping older cars in our fleet that require additional maintenance and repair cost. As part of our enhanced community outreach, I'm requesting additional funds for our PAL program and for technology. While we have a multitude of programs focusing on preventing crime, we believe in investing and reinvigorating our PAL program will provide improved outcomes. We estimate that there are 20 to 25 hours per week that children go out of school that are unsupervised. Engaging with even more of our youth will provide additional opportunities for the next generation to become future leaders in this city. Investing roughly about $700,000 in our PAL program will provide an opportunity to hire up to 4 full-time positions, 6 part-time, and up to 14 seasonal, and these are non-sworn professional staff positions. Evidence-based supporting technology, it's critical to our mission, and I'm requesting roughly about $1.2 million additional dollars to increase our transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness. Several of the top projects under this would be to provide for smartphones for our officers, which would not only provide increased opportunities to collaborate with the community, but also putting technology at the fingertips of our officers. Other top projects include increased digital evidence storage and advanced mapping systems. So to put this in perspective, the digital evidence storage solution is nearly half of that $1.2 million. That's where most of that money's coming from. The smartphone expansion is not even a third. It's roughly about $300,000. So it doesn't take a police chief or a doctorate in criminal justice to understand that in addition to the public safety request, the other city budget requests have both an indirect and a direct impact on public safety. If you bring your attention to the bottom left of the slide here, that illustration highlights how increased after-school programs decrease crime and increase safety. Even with our PAL enhancement, the Tampa Police Department can't do this alone. We rely heavily on the Parks and Recreation and their future proposals to increase their staffing for the multitude of after-school, evening, and weekend programs. It's together doing all of this that we can reduce crime and improve the quality of life in Tampa. So
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hurtak. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Houston first and then Hurtak.
she did have her mic on first. Thank you so much, Dr. Chief Burkoff. I appreciate it. Yeah, Dr. Chief. So I'm really glad that you are tying in the PAL program. You said that actually at Allen Temple when I was on the campaign trail, so I really appreciate you still being committed to that. But you didn't address mental health of our officers. That's really important, especially in this day and age. I hope that as we go through the budget and fine tune to make sure that that cost or expenditure is included because and that our officers are able to take advantage of that, as well as fire rescue as well. And the fact that you stood up here and said it, I think I just really want to be more so on public record in saying it in your presentation as well as yours, Chief Tripp. PAL, Parks and Rec, how it all ties in together, because I'm reading the letters from our community, and they're willing to support just the police and just fire. And that is just, you know, it makes me sad because our community, our future, our youth is involved in that decision. So PAL and Parks and Rec is a part of what decreases crime and increases student safety. And I know that firsthand, of course, as an after-school kid myself going to Parks and Rec. So I'm glad that that is a part of this budget. I think what really, more so the bigger question that I have for you as well as Chief Tripp, you can come back and answer this, is when you all have a class, just like we just pulled in a class, we just pinned people last week, right? Mm-hmm. The additional 30 officers, so we're hiring 30 officers with this millage increase. That's an additional 30. But how many do we hire anyway if we didn't have millage? How many do we make an effort to hire on an annual basis without this particular millage? And this is just in addition to?
Yeah, this is above and beyond.
And Chief Tripp, that question for you as well.
So this is above and beyond. So we would hire, we have planned retirements and unplanned retirements that we calculate for, and then the vacancies that we already currently have, and that's the number that we're our shoot for hiring every year, which averages anywhere from 80 to 100 a year. So this would be above that. So we're hiring roughly about 100 a year. Yeah. And as we continue to fine tune, I just want to make sure that I say this publicly, the mental health piece as well as even diversity efforts, women and minorities in both fire and rescue and in the police department, that there is a level of increased effort on that behalf as a part of our budget process. Agree, and that's why specifically I want that second scholarship class. Okay. It provides more of an opportunity for our homegrown to apply into the academy. And I'm glad you mentioned mental health. These requests are only above and beyond what we've already budgeted for, and we're fortunate to have several grants with our mental health. And I've expanded a peer support team that we actually just pushed out internally probably about 2 weeks ago. So we do have that. We actually got a grant for a mental health app for our officers. So all that's in the works, and this is just above and beyond what wasn't budgeted.
Councilwoman Hurtak?
Thank you.
You're agreeing to that as well? Just want to get her feedback on that as well, in
So-
terms of recruitment.
As far as recruitment, of course, we try to definitely stay up above the standards, you know, the 1.5 to 1.8 for the residents. But we also recruit in advance whenever there's retirement. So, and Chief, thank you for reminding me. He just reminded me that, you know, actually budget gave me 57 positions in I believe it's the last fiscal year or before that one. So basically when I came in, I had a gap that I had to close, and that's why I hired like 4 classes in 21 and then another one in 22. So I mean 4 different classes, and I think over the last 2 years, Tampa Fire has hired probably about 130 personnel to actually kind of close that gap up.
Councilwoman Hurtak?
Thank you. So I have a, I have a quick question. When looking at the budget, last year you included 4 behavioral health clinicians. And I know you and I talked about that. Having seen and just read that amazing article in the Times about St. Pete's Call program, and from my conversations with officers on ride-alongs and just in the community, both tend to focus on wanting more behavioral health, and officers are saying we would prefer behavioral health folks handle behavior calls instead of us, because it's really not our job and it's being given to us, but it could be better helped and better facilitated by behavioral health clinicians, which are quite frankly a lot cheaper than police officers as well. So what are our goals to try to amp up that program a little bit and to try to take some of the pressure from behavioral health and homeless calls onto our behavioral health clinicians?
Absolutely. It's a great point. And we've discussed before, staffing those positions was actually a challenge. We were contracting through X and having a difficulty filling those positions. We took that over and made them city employees with a better competitive salary. We were finally able to fill those positions. So we're optimizing that, and we're all about growing that. It won't be this year, but it'll be in the future. Comparing the 2 different programs, I've engaged with both Chief Holloway and the Hillsborough region. The Pinellas region and Hillsborough do it completely different. We evaluated that program with our mental health professionals here, and they thought the pilot program and the program we're using now is best for the model in the city, but we're all about expanding and growing that program in any way possible.
Great, because the thing I was most amazed by is that in 4,000 calls, they never needed backup. So finding out like what calls are best for that, and just again helping the community, I think is a real good plus there. I also am thrilled to see 700,000 towards PAL. I would actually love to see more put toward PAL. I think that is probably one of our needs instead of our wants in terms of keeping our kids engaged. And you and I have already talked, I brought up, I can't even remember what meeting it was at this point, midnight basketball and bringing that back on nights and weekends. And that of course needs staffing, and we need folks to do that. I think that dollar for dollar, it is the cheapest and best thing we can do to give our kids something to do. So I'm really happy you're focused on this, but I would absolutely love to see if there's anything that we can move around to even get $1 million into this program, if not this year, forward for next year, to just make this a real great partnership between the police department and Parks Department. I think that would be a really wonderful.
And I agree. We need this year to get everything situated. Okay. So this time next year, we may be asking for more money for PAL.
Okay, that's awesome. I greatly appreciate it, and I look forward to the stories about it, the numbers. I know you're a numbers person, so that we'll get some good data on that, and I greatly appreciate it.
Councilman Clendon and then Moran.
Thank you, Chief. And boy, Councilwoman Hurtak took a lot of what I just was going to say about PAL as you know, our first meeting, one of the first things I said to you is my support of PAL. Do you anticipate with the request that you've got in, how many kids in the community that you'll be able to service in the first year?
No, I don't have that number in front of me,
Okay.
not enough. PAL's one location in the center of the city.
Right.
And that's why I was alluding to parks helping us out, because there's so many other areas that we
Right.
could benefit across
Well,
the entire city.
And I'm glad you made that nexus between the two, because not only do we have to support, you know, the folks, we also have to support the infrastructure, ensuring that those parks are there so that if you want to play basketball, that there's a hoop there and that you know, that the courts are in decent shape. So I appreciate understanding that it's not just one department, it's not just y'all. There's a whole bunch of infrastructure in the city that has to come together to support the community, and I think that's a real good thing. Also, I wanted to emphasize that, because in your presentation about the need for updating these police vehicles, and you know, it's a big figure, just so the community understands that, one, we fell behind because of the Great Recession and vehicle replacement, not just in the police, but across our fleet citywide, and then also with COVID, so we kept getting further and further behind. So it's not just about police officers wanting brand new new vehicles. This is about something that is again, it's a need, not a want. That these are well beyond, many of our vehicles are well beyond their useful life expectancy, and driven much harder by police officers than you would when you're going to public. So I think that's an important thing to emphasize, that this is something that's an unmet need of the city that we have to improve. And I appreciate you and Chief Tripp's presentation. I think they're both good. Thank you so much.
Councilman Moran.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. Chief, thank you for your presentation. A couple of things caught me right square in the middle, what you were talking about. When you're trying to solve crime, you don't wait till they're 20 years old to say you're doing the wrong thing. All kids, no matter where you live in, what park you're at, whatever, if you get the young kids that are 8 to 9 years old, 10 years old, and if they're not with you, there was some kids 18 and 19 who already passed that age where you can't tell them what to do because they know more than you do. And that's where the problem starts. They see kids making money or whatever, and they say, you can do this too. So keeping the kids in PAL and doing different things is a wonderful thing. I can only tell my own background in childhood. If we didn't have Cascadian Park, I don't know what we would have done, because we lived more there than we did in our own house. And as far as the ad valorem tax, regarding different things, the ad valorem tax historically does not pay for all the funding of the police and fire department. That's been historically. It's been as high as $50 million in the past a year. Last year was minus $25 million. But historically, that's what it does. If you want to put it to some degree, the fire and police department doesn't take enough money collected by the ad valorem tax. You can check me anytime you want regarding it. However, this was the first year that it's changed to a plus, where it hadn't met the threshold of the cost of the fire and police department. So that's all I'm going to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, I just want to say, Dr. Chief, you said, just say Chief, but Dr. Chief. No, thank you. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback and kudos in the community for your leadership, and I appreciate the stability and insights and expertise you bring, and analytical ability. We listen not only to the leadership of people in your position, but also to the hardworking men and women of fire rescue and police, and they stop us on the streets everywhere. And the feedback I've had is a lot more positive. There's a lot more confidence. There's always things that folks want more, but you seem to have captured some of the things that folks really wanted. And the thing that I hear most from the police officers is they want more officers to help them because they feel stressed out that there's not enough. And so thank you for addressing that. Thank you to Chief Tripp for her leadership. You both stepped into tough situations, and there's a lot of deferred maintenance and deferred costs, and so appreciate you all stepping up to try to help us set priorities.
No, I just wanted to add on that. This will be the first time we've had an opportunity to do that, just coming back from the deficits. You know, the academy's being shut down. We're just now getting the full staff, and we're just now feeling that impact. So this will be the ability for us to even move forward on this, where we wouldn't have that ability before because we had those vacancies to fill. Now, you look at police departments across the nation that have 200-300 vacancies. Fortunately, we're not in that situation, and we're in that situation where we can grow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Parks and Rec.
Good evening, Council.
Good
Sia
evening.
Nguyen, Administrator of Neighborhood and Community Affairs. The 1 millage will be used to address the first 5 years of maintenance recommendations that was identified in the master plan. These recommendations identify the immediate facility needs and the highest priorities of the community. The estimates for the maintenance costs of buildings, facilities, and swimming pools are estimated to be about $135 million over the next 5 years. The aquatics repair needs range from fair, meaning minor repairs are needed, to poor, not efficient, or will need a major repair or upgrade soon, to critical, needs replacement immediately or at risk of failure. And as I communicated previously, all of our 17 aquatic assets fall in one or more of these categories. 42 additional staffers are needed. 26 of those are needed for park operations. An additional 16 are needed for forestry. This is to reduce the tree backlog, improve the response time for tree emergencies, and to restore and maintain the tree canopy. This would help us with the goal of planting 30,000 trees by the year 2030. The improved facilities and additional staffers will allow us to expand services throughout the various locations within the park system, thus diversifying programming and decreasing the wait list times to participate in park programs such as gym and dance. Chief Burkhoff mentioned expanding PAL, so this will allow us to look at locations to expand PAL within the community. The city's annual electric costs is on average $25 million a year. When we are re-roofing or renovating recreation centers, we look for opportunities to install solar. For an example, the Loretta Ingram roofing project, where we installed solar after we roofed the facility, was almost a $400,000 expense, upfront expense. The expected return on investment is 8 years, offsetting a 60% energy use. All of the solar projects have upfront capital costs and a huge return on investment. We look for opportunities to leverage the funding to offset these upfront costs. The master plan identified recommendations of renovations and reinvestments into existing parks and the facilities in the existing parks. For an example, District 4, there's a deficit of park variation, but amply served by conservation and resource-based parks that have significant acreage. District 5, sufficient access to most facilities are offered at the park sites. However, the quality of the parks needs to be improved. District 6, park improvements, shoreline, and swimming pool restorations are what's needed within that district. District 7, neighborhoods do not have walkable access to nearby parks or amenities. And even though there are CDCs and county-owned parks, there are gaps in the northernmost areas. So we have identified specifically some of the park's initial projects that the millage will address. In Hyde Park, we will demo the existing art building. We will have a safe connectivity of walking space around the building or around the park, and we will use the community to garner input to redevelop the site. Dundee Park is a 3-phased approach. Phase 1, playground, a healing garden, and sidewalks. Phase 2, picnic shelters, a kayak launch, boardwalk, fishing area, and fitness equipment. Phase 3, a dock and an additional kayak launch. Port Tampa Park, playground, tennis courts, softball upgrades, and community input for the additional upgrades. The picnic island to Southwest Port Tampa, a trail over the water connection. In District 5, Al Barnes need a restroom building, fitness equipment, racquetball, pickleball, tennis ball court improvements. The Clarence Ford Park, we would like to expand the entry plaza to that park and plant shade tree plantings. Highland Pines, basketball, tennis, court upgrades, trail work, and site amenities. Blackwater Hammock, the trail, site amenities. And these amenities must be in compliance with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Management Plan. District 6, River Tower. Again, a compliance with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Management Plan. However, we will be looking at improving the trail, installing Florida gardens, having a shoreline restoration, and parking improvements. Sulphur Spring Pool at Wayne Pappy site, rebuilding of the pool and restoring the site. Cypress Park, picnic shelters, trail additions, shoreline improvements. And Herianola, even though currently we're installing renovating the park with a dog park and benches, as well as a water fountain, we would like to garner the community to get input on the future development of that site with additional funding. District 7, K-Bar Ranch, tree plantings, multi-purpose fields, a play area, parking, neighborhood connections. Tampa Palms 5-acre park, trails and site amenities. New Tampa Nature Park, a nature center, restroom, expand the trail system. And again, this is another one that must be in compliance with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Within all districts, the funding will allow us to reimagine how to provide parks elements within our stormwater ponds. We will continue to work with sustainability and resiliency with Officer Whit Wimmer to explore opportunities for solar installation to improve our tree canopy, as well as with Raquel Poncho for ADA improvements, and with our mobility department to increase the safe access and connectivity to our park spaces. With that, I'll turn it over to,
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Nguyen, thank you so much. I know your focus today was Parks and Recreation, but it seems like you have so many different departments. Is the equal business opportunity under your department as well?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and there was no presentation matter on that, so I just want to give you something to think about as you all go back to the table to address these things. The equal business opportunity has, attracted my attention for a variety of reasons, and I just want to make sure, just in having a conversation, I recently discovered that when we have the same staff in our equal business opportunity division when we were a $500 million budget, now we're a $2 billion budget, and the workload has increased tremendously. And so there's an opportunity, just based on a report that came out, a disparity study that came out a while ago that said that we were underutilizing minority businesses in municipal contracts. So in order for us to be great, it appears to me as though we're going to need to increase the staff in that particular area so that we can improve, particularly because everything about equal business opportunity, contract administration, purchasing, everything goes through that particular office. So I just want to know if you will take that under consideration and review, and in terms of increasing the staff that has not changed in years from, and I have the budget list here, and I don't want to get into all the weeds about it, but particularly from a budget analysis standpoint, because that way, that particular position provides for an opportunity to see where there are flaws and improvement in this particular area. So,
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'll take that.
Thank you.
Take that back in under consideration.
Councilwoman Hurd.
Thank you. I asked about this and I didn't get any response from, I can't remember who Kelly sent it to, but do we own the Wellswood Church?
We do own the Wellswood
Okay.
Church, yes.
Okay, so there's $700,000 going towards this. What is it, what is the Wellswood Church?
The Wellswood Church is a facility, and I'm not gonna give you I don't wanna speak out of turn, so I will give you what we provided for you. But it is a church that once we renovated the whole area, once we acquired the whole area, the church was part of that acquisition.
Okay.
And we needed funding to actually renovate the church for an additional use. So this increase in millage will actually help with that funding in terms of repurposing the building that's there. If you've been over to the area, you'll see that all of the site amenities, those amenities, the classrooms were renovated several years back, but we did not have the funding for the Wellswood Church.
Okay, because under the CIP, it says to be used for programming needs as a therapeutic hub.
For the Wellswood Church?
I just didn't know what that meant.
Ma'am, let me get back to you
Okay.
with that.
Thank you, I appreciate it, because I just wanted to make sure that that is actually a community center now. That was the part that we just weren't sure about.
It will be a community center.
Okay, I see. It's a will be. We've acquired it.
Yes.
It's gonna be additional community center space. So not only are we gonna have to fund to fix it up, then we're gonna have to staff it as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would probably be in the next budget.
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Clinton.
Yeah, real quick. And I haven't asked you this offline, so sorry to put you on the spot. The hiring that you're requesting, I know we have a problem in the city of trees that are in the right of way, being able to trim them. There's a big backlog of hazardous tree removal and tree trimming. With the staffing that you're proposing, is it enough to be able to cut into that backlog and to be able to take care of those needs?
Yes, sir. I did not, because I mentioned that before, I did not go into that level of detail.
Right.
But that's exactly what the staffing will be used for, in addition with the equipment that's needed for, reliable equipment that's needed to handle that backlog as well.
Yeah, I don't know if any citizen has ever tried to get the tree that is on city property taken care of. It's a long backlog right now with our current
6 to 8
funding.
weeks.
6 to 8 weeks. There
Yes,
you go.
sir.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, next up, housing. Ms. Travis.
Good evening, Council. Nicole Travis, Administrator of Development and Economic Opportunity. Just a few points for you to consider as you consider the proposed budget with the millage increase as it relates to housing. Over this past year, we've all heard the public outcry related to the urgent need to invest in housing within the city of Tampa. Month after month, these chambers were filled with citizens begging and pleading with you all to do something to help the residents that work and live here to have the ability to continue to reside within the city limits. A lot of you heard this on the campaign trail as it relates to affordable housing, and I want to thank you for your continued support of affordable housing. As we strive to tackle the complex issues of homelessness, it becomes increasingly evident that affordable housing plays a pivotal role in our quest for sustainable solutions. Research has repeatedly shown a strong correlation between affordable housing and a robust economic development community. By prioritizing affordable housing investments, we not only provide shelter and stability for our most vulnerable citizens, but also fuel the engine of economic growth, unlocking untapped potential and fostering a thriving community. The additional influx of $134 million from the millage increase could ultimately produce an estimated 1,791 long-term affordable housing units. between rental and home ownership in the next 5 years through several different programs, either through direct subsidy or strategic acquisition of properties. It also includes direct assistance for 1,875 residents. That's to help stabilize them in their homes. That number also includes 300 people who will be supported through Tampa Hope. This could come from the additional influx of $5.5 million in reoccurring resources annually for housing stability programs. The proposed millage increase offers a strategic opportunity to forge some powerful public-private partnerships, facilitating swift acquisitions and paving the way towards a brighter future for Tampa and all its residents. And all its residents. Without the additional dollars, there would only be $4.5 million in local funds allocated solely to housing stability programs. That, along with other state and federal funding, would serve about 628 households, which is less than a third of what you could do if you had the additional funding from the millage increase. Only $4.1 million would go towards strategic acquisition and direct creation and preservation of long-term affordable units. This could possibly produce about 68 units. In summary, the additional funding available through the proposed budget will allow for a 40 times increase in the number of long-term affordable units the city can help create or preserve, and a 3 times increase in the number of residents that we can help stabilize. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Bennett to close us out, unless, of course, you have questions.
Wait for, is he gonna continue about housing?
No,
Okay.
nope, he's just closing out the presentation.
Okay, so just a few comments about housing. And I've thought about this since last week, since my last meeting. People are struggling to pay rent. We are allocating, or have allocated money to assist those individuals. If we raise the millage by 1 mil, the burden goes on the landlord. The landlord will then in turn continue raising the rents, because if they have a mortgage, if they own the property outright, I don't know. But if the landlord, the property owner, owes money to the bank is going to look at debt service coverage, and they're gonna say, you know, this has gone up, which is the millage, which is their property taxes. You have to offset that somehow. And they're gonna offset that most likely by passing on that burden to the renter, whether it's commercial, whether it's residential. So my question is, we would be dedicating millions of dollars towards housing, but is it counterproductive? Does it cancel itself out where we're spending that money to accommodate the now raising of the rents, or continue raising the rents, or putting more people in peril that they can't afford, you know, whatever the rental is for their home? That's what I'm saying is, I understand what we want to dedicate with this millage increase, and of course I support housing, but is it just in turn going to continue burdening the renter? That's because the landlord has to pay. The landlord's gonna, you know, is the one that's paying the property taxes and the maintenance, on top of rising insurance rates, and then having to answer to the bank. Is it counterproductive?
In a short answer, no. You can't afford not to invest in affordable housing. You can't afford not to invest in affordable housing. And yes, the property owners may pass some of that rent on to renters, but if you look at the last slide, if you do nothing, we only get to add 68 new units with the current funding that we have. If you were to increase the millage increase, you get to 40 times more units you get to add to the inventory. That also lowers, because remember over the last year, right? So this is not my first time in front of you about affordable housing. We've been here this time last year. You might remember it was pretty excited. We were here in the evening. There was a couple fist pounding on the dais about affordable housing. If you don't invest in housing, the supply and demand problem is going to continue to persist, and your rental rates are going to continue to go up. So for a small increase, yes, in the millage rates, there's some, you get to add an influx of supply to that inventory that helps relieve that pressure. It's like a pressure cooker. It's just gonna keep cooking and sizzling until you release that pressure a little bit. So, no, respectfully, no.
Because I'm thinking, to build the housing, it's gonna take years to do so, but the impact economically on the property taxes, on the property owner is quicker. It's not instant, but it's coming before the housing is gonna be
Sure.
made available.
So to give you just an idea of that, absolutely. The property owners, like myself, will start paying on that increase immediately. And it will take years for projects that are in the concept phase to continue to go through conceptual until ultimately built. But right now, I don't have the funding to be able to work with a developer that's considering developing right now to provide direct subsidy to lower the cost for some units of something that may come online soon. Not only that, there are strategic properties that are available within the city outside of your CRAs that I cannot purchase. I don't have the revenue to be able to purchase these properties to provide temporary housing opportunities, or it's cheaper to buy property now than it will be tomorrow or the next day. And so you have to be able to position yourself to respond strategically and work with public-private partnerships. Right now, I didn't present that slide to you this evening, but we've talked about that 10,000 goal of affordable housing units. There are developer or projects that are in the queue that need some kind of financial subsidy, and it's less for us to it costs us less to partner with a developer to add units on than to go develop it ourselves. A good example is the most recent project that you approved, which was the Funland project. It was $12 million, and the only reason we were able to do that is because of ARPA funds. If it weren't for ARPA funds, I would not have had the cash to do a public-private partnership to add 354 units to the inventory.
Because it's not just the millage that is gonna be increasing the property taxes. People's TICO bills are up, people's car insurance is up, my TICO bill is up, my car insurance is up. It's the cost of food, the cost of everything else.
I know, me too.
Inflation and.
I know.
But we're adding another
But
burden.
you can't afford not to invest in it because it's just going to exacerbate the problem. The supply and demand is part of the issue. And the market rate will come on its own. It's the people, your most vulnerable citizens. That's why in my talking points, I told you that I'm speaking for all residents. I'm not talking about your most affluent residents or your residents that can afford to buy condos in certain areas. I'm talking about people that are 80% of the AMI and below that are getting forced out, that there is no place for them to live. We're at 26,000 unit deficit for 50% AMI and below. There's no upward mobility for people that are living in apartments that probably could afford more. There's no place for them to go because it is a supply and demand issue. And so, yes, while it is a millage and the cost may go up, if you don't do this, the problem becomes worse.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Miranda, then Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. I appreciate what you said, and I believe in what you said. However, even if there's nothing done, even if we buy in or buy out, I would imagine in the next 5 years, unless something drastically happens in this country, that problem's going to exacerbate even more.
Yeah.
Because, somebody moves in from New England or from New York or from Michigan, and it's, oh my God, I just sold my condo I bought a condo in Tampa for $11.5 million. And they said, are you crazy? He said, no, I sold mine for $32 million in New York. So I made $20 million and I got a bigger space and a better living area. So that's why they're coming down.
Yeah.
So that's not going to stop unless there's complete downfall in the whole system of democracy where you can buy what you can afford. So I appreciate everything you said, it's factual, but even if we try to slow it down, it's not going to work. And in my opinion, you have to land bank before you start thinking about what you're going to do. And we tried, I've gone with you on rides, and so happened that it was outside the CRA. But there's very limited opportunities within the CRAs, at least some of them. Some have much more than others. But these are the things that you have to look for And it's gonna get tougher. This is not gonna get easier unless you put a wall around Texas and don't let anybody else into Tampa.
Right.
And I'm just using an example, and that's a bad example, and I admit to that. So, but at least in the city of Tampa, there's opportunities for those that want to do something, constructive. And I think they're coming down for various reasons. And if we don't handle the climate, you can forget about anything else. There won't be a Tampa, there won't be anything. What happened in Hawaii, in one of the islands, could happen here anytime or any place in the United States of America. When the water degree is 100 degrees in Key West, if one hurricane comes over, there's a little puppy, by the time he gets here, he's a Rottweiler. So these are the things that you have to understand, that today we're just gambling with ourselves, and that's how nature, we've destroyed nature ourselves, and it's ourselves now to bring it back. So I appreciate what you're trying to do, and it's getting more and more difficult. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hertog.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not gonna slow down. It's not gonna slow down, and, when we're talking long-term versus short-term, I feel, oh, I'm sorry, thank you. It is, it absolutely, we don't have the luxury of thinking in the short term. That's what got us in this position, and we really have to think about bigger picture. And when you and I have talked, we talked about 2 acquisitions that this city could have purchased, 2 hotels, and I asked you if you possibly got a room count for me.
Yeah, 237 units.
So we could have got 237 units that we could have used short-term to get families out of their cars and off of the streets.
That's correct.
Because I'm getting emails about homelessness. If we had a place to put them for just a short term, that's 237 rooms that can fit families and other people. Because right now, none of our shelters take families.
That's right.
Then, what's the acreage of those parcels?
We're probably close between both properties, probably about 4.5.
So 4.5 acres. Then we could partner with a private entity to take that space after a few years when we're ready and build a lot more affordable housing.
Right.
But we didn't have the money to do that. And that's what upsets me, is that we lost out in this opportunity. Maybe they're still available, but when people come to you and say, hey, I've got this opportunity, because what that 4.5 acres then can do is go into our community land trust.
Yes.
And I know that there's not a lot of information about community land trust out there, and you and I talked about the fact that after this budget, we're gonna get some community meetings to explain what we mean by community land trust. But basically, it just keeps money in a public trust, or land in a public trust, so that the cost doesn't go up. We can house people who generally cannot afford to purchase houses on their own or condos, and allow them that opportunity.
That's right. So the community land trust is a sure-proof way on how to afford housing opportunities and housing ownership for people that would generally not be able to afford buying land and a developed piece of property on its own. So the community land trust, with the land in the trust, the valuation of the property of the vertical piece goes up. So you can continue to build generational wealth. It's just subsidized because the cost of the land is subtracted out from that. And so, yes, if we had, if we were to have this, if the millage were to pass and we were able to have cash to do strategic acquisitions, put the property into a community land trust, we would be able to land bank and afford housing opportunities, not just in single family home ownership opportunities, but it's multifamily. Community land trust can also own the land for businesses as well. And so it's truly a way to keep wealth, but also keep the costs down for residents that would otherwise not be able to afford to live in those properties.
Well, and to me, it's not just can't afford to live in those areas, because when you think about can't afford to live in areas, you think of more expensive areas, but this entire city is becoming expensive. Yeah. So if what we're doing is we're going to be pricing workers out of the city, and then employers are going to have a hard time holding on to the workers that have that are more employees who are doing the everyday jobs we need them to do. You know, dry cleaners, baristas, restaurant workers, delivery people. If they don't live in the city, they're going to take jobs outside the city.
That's right. And so, housing, you know, I've provided an argument to the World Economic Forum that when they talk about infrastructure, you talk generally pipes, stormwater, water, wastewater, but housing is a critical infrastructure to any thriving economy. And so being able to have people working closely to where they live, it's all a part of building a robust economy. So what you're outlining there is, it's all interconnected, but if people don't have a place to live, the jobs are not going to keep coming here. New businesses are not going to continue to invest and move into the community if there's no place for them to live. And so we're at a critical point in our history where we are as a community. Just because if you look at San Francisco or some of those larger cities, companies don't go there anymore unless you're in Silicon Valley, right? Because there's no place to live. It's no place affordable to live. And so you either make the investment now or we pay later through our economy.
And that's the thing. I think housing is really just the heart of everything. Issues with homelessness, issues with employment, issues with safety, issues with, I mean, just literally every part of our community can be solved with more housing. And then just one last thing, because I absolutely see this as a long-term goal. This is absolutely critical to me, and I will do anything to help the budget with housing, because housing, it's very similar to a lot of things we've talked about with the CRA. When we have a certain amount of money, if we get $5 million to the budget this year, that's a whack-a-mole, and we can't expand on that funding. So the goal is then to take that funding and be able to then match federal funding, do other things. So getting, I don't like to call it other people's money because it's our money. I like to say getting more of our money back.
Yeah, but I think the important thing to understand, it's difficult for the private sector, for developers to come alongside and partner with local government when it's on an annual allocation basis. If you're coming every fiscal year and depending on an annual allocation of $4 or $5 million, development projects don't happen on an annual basis. They're thinking 3-4 years out. And so to be able to have a dedicated source of revenue so that you can plan long-term projects and partner with the private sector, that's what you need in this type of commitment. If you look at any of the other cities, let me just back up in saying this. As a country, we're in a affordable housing crisis because communities have not invested in affordable housing as an infrastructure. So it's coming to a critical point now because there has been neglect over time. Just like you neglect your roads or the maintenance in your car, it comes to a breaking point at some point. And I think across the country, that's where we are now. There are major cities across the country that are making significant investments in affordable housing for their communities. And it's time for us to make that investment now. Otherwise, the problem will continue to get worse. It'll be exacerbated. It will not solve the affordable housing challenges. It will not solve our housing crisis. The decision that you make on this millage, whether it be for the full mill, and that's what the budget request is, it will not solve the housing challenges. I know that. If I could have waved a magic wand and asked you for all the money that I need to solve it, it would be over $5 billion. That's the deficit that we have in Tampa. But this is a small investment that we're asking for so that we're able to make strategic investments over the next 5 years with the private sector and through strategic acquisitions.
Thank you.
And real quick, before I go to the next person, these hotels in question, without disclosing where they are, how much were these hotels? What was the amount of money that we didn't have?
One was a little over $1 million, $8 million, and the other was about almost $14 million.
And were they in a CRA?
No. If they were, I would be before you as a CRA board, making that. And so when the opportunities have presented themselves, and that's within the CRA, we've brought those opportunities to you. And you have to have cash to be able to act quickly on some of these properties. They're outside of the CRA. So, which is why this millage increase is a game changer for the city of Tampa. You have been very strategic and intentional within your CRA districts to set aside 30% of the funding to focus on housing. That works in the districts. But when there's opportunities outside of the districts, there is no funding to do that. And so should we be, if we get this millage increase, it would allow us to be able to look at the city as a whole, not just in CRA districts, but for any opportunities that may arise outside of those boundaries, those geographic boundaries.
Can I ask a follow-up question real quick?
Sure.
Super fast. Funland, how many acres?
13.5 acres.
Okay. Because I was gonna say 12 million for 13.5 acres.
But it's 12 million for 354 units,
I know.
100%, yeah.
But that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
22 million would be 237 temporary units, and the possibility on 4 acres to be.
Don't quote me on the 4 acres, even though I already entered that into the record. my team is probably shaking their head saying that I didn't give the right number. Is it more? They're not gonna answer.
That's okay, but I'm just saying, I'm just trying to like figure out, because just the cost of land. I mean,
yeah,
we
just-
basically bought that fund land for half of what its value was right now.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not bought, but
you
gave
bought-
basically that money.
You've essentially locked in 354, 100% of the units in that development in perpetuity, keeping those at affordable housing for $12 million.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else before we, yes, sir, before we go to the chief?
First, I would like to say, I think we got a glimpse of the Charlie Miranda 2027 campaign ad, and it's going to be something like build a wall. I think that's what I heard. 2027 Miranda. A couple of things. One, I think for the few folks that are listening to, I think we really, and a lot of the emails we get, people look at the city Tampa budget as one unit, and because of these CRAs, I think it's really important, especially for all the staff, when they talk about the budget, they need to divide this up. We have the budget of the CRAs, which is a substantial portion of, especially our growth area. So when people see this exploding growth and all these really expensive units and all, they're within that CRA, and you hit on a little bit that all that money is restricted just to those CRAs. We can't spend it in other areas of the city.
Correct.
So when you saw these opportunities, they were outside of the CRA. That's what the other part where everybody's fighting over crumbs for the rest of the city, and there's no opportunities to do that. So I appreciate the fact that you hit on that. It's a challenge. I do, again, I appreciate the fact that you said, even with this amount of money, it's just the tip of the iceberg. I would like for you or your staff to come back to me, and you can bring back privately. I'm not putting you on the spot now, but maybe to take a sampling of affordable housing rental units, both multifamily complexes and maybe some, smaller single family, and talk about with this millage increase and what the real, what that looks like per unit. So again, so maybe a sampling around the city of what that, so that we have a good understanding of what that pass-through may be to a renter that lives in a large multifamily complex or a single-family house at a renter, in some of, in not the expensive units, but in the places where people may be struggling. Maybe, I think if we maybe build our comfort level up, if we knew what that looked like in real dollars, of, what the impact that would have on those families. So I'd appreciate taking that as an IOU for me.
Yeah, I think I can look at it. It won't be exact, but it would be similar to me taking a stab at a private entity's pro forma on how they would pass through.
Right.
I could give you an idea of that.
Yeah, I have no idea. I look at a 250 unit that is 100% affordable housing. I don't know what that property tax is or what that increase would be and what that means per unit. I mean, it'd be nice to quantify that. So, because I don't think there's anybody up here wants to displace people based on a tax increase. So, I think it'd be nice to have that realistic figure of what that looks like. Thank you.
I'll take a shot at it.
Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, just,
Well, no, Henderson and then
No,
Carlson.
go.
No, go ahead. Go
No,
ahead,
you can
Jennifer.
go. My coal is getting to me, so
Okay.
I won't speak. That's fine.
I wanted to say, for public watching, reiterate what you said. The reason why you're here is because of a lot of neglect. The Housing Authority a few years ago presented to us, and they said the official number was 25,000, but they said about 25,000 people had given up and not signed up anymore. So they said the real number is about 50,000. And the city for a long time was tearing down public affordable housing instead of building new ones. And we've been trying to change that. You brought on an excellent team. Some of them are sitting behind you to try to change this. Since you've been here, we as CRA board, the city council, working with the mayor's office and your department, have put in historic amounts into affordable housing. And for anybody who's watching, who's a business person, you know, in the old days, 100 years ago or so, still in other countries, there are corporate towns. So corporations would build housing that was affordable for their staff. And the reason why they did it is because there's a high cost to companies. You talked about economic impact. There's a very high cost to companies, and the chambers of commerce and others know that. If your staff have to live in Hernando County and drive 2 hours each way every day, there's a huge cost on their family. There's a cost in roadways and everything, taxes going up. And so we have to think of this not just as a social issue, which it is, but also as an economic development issue. The last thing is whether my colleagues support a tax increase or not. On Thursday, we're sitting as the CRA board, and we're seeing some new charts in items 6 and 7, and one of them that I've been pushing for a while is to put a cap on the downtown CRA. There's no slum and blight in downtown. There's no reason to spend affordable housing money in downtown because we could get 10 times the bang for our buck outside of downtown. If you look at the life of that downtown CRA, now that the new numbers that you all presented that's in there, we can get something like $330 million, starting with $5 or $10 million next year. This is above, after we pay all the things that we promised. So we keep all of our promises. Everybody who's been promised gets paid. But after that, we have access to about $300-something million. As the CRA board, we could say that we want to put a cap on it. Also, with this tax increase, $8.2 million is coming to the CRAs, additional. About half of that is going to downtown and Channel District. As we're putting a cap on downtown, we can put a cap on that increase so that a big chunk of it goes over to the city. And then as city council members, working with the mayor's office, we can dedicate that money, the additional portion of the $8.2 million and or whatever is coming off, excess is coming off the downtown CRA, we can put it in a housing fund if we want. And we can put it in your in the land trust. We can as city council working with the mayor's office, we can allocate that however we want. There's a limit in time as to how much we can deliver, but that money is transformational. It's way more than a tax increase we'll get in the short run. And even with the tax increase, we're not going to put a dent in the 50,000 demand, the 50,000 need. So we need to figure out what we can do. If somebody doesn't want to put it in housing, we can put it in road repair or parks. But there's 300-something million sitting there that we can use for something better. Thank you.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Councilman Carlson is going to force me to speak about downtown, sunsetting downtown CRAs. When you say there's no slum and blight in downtown, downtown is really nice, but we did purchase the Army-Navy store. Yeah. And the Army-Navy store is a wonderful plot of land on Tampa Street that the CRA purchased. And can you imagine affordable housing downtown for people who need it, who work down here? So, I wouldn't be so fast to sunset, the CRA in downtown because there's still an opportunity. Yes, it looks great, but there's still some opportunity there. And I don't want us to just, be so fast in saying that because we've done a really great job, developing downtown. But as we'll have this discussion, of course, on Thursday. Everybody is, I'll just stop there. Nicole, I appreciate your presentation about housing. I could get long-winded about that. We definitely, we contribute to the housing crisis. That's what the city does. We don't solve all the problems. And there's a lot of letters and emails that I read where there are people who do not care about other people in their housing. They're caring about the tax base on their particular home. And, you know, it's difficult to ask people for more money because we're all being asked to do more. But to whom much is given, much is required.
Councilwoman Hurtag.
I have to just remind people when we're talking about CRA dollars and giving them up, we don't keep all that money. Hillsborough County gets a good portion of that. And so I'm really interested in how because Hillsborough County has agreed to let us keep that money. So once we give that up, we're giving a good portion back to Hillsborough County that we'll never see. So I'm much more in favor of leveraging elsewhere, pushing the money outside of spending in those areas and spending it elsewhere. But once we give that money up, we can't, that, when you're talking about truly other people's money, it's still technically ours, but really it's county stuff. And we are being able to utilize that for improving our areas. And I absolutely disagree. I think housing belongs in every single section of this city, affordable housing, because that's how people work. Sorry, this is a good conversation for Thursday. I just couldn't say no.
Your rebuttal?
Yeah, I just want to say, I just want to say real fast. I support and voted for the Army Navy project, but that is not going to take $300 million, so we can put that money in. In theory, I agree with putting affordable housing in downtown. But if we had $300 million in some other part of the city, I asked a group the other day, there's about $25 million a year that's generated by downtown and Channel District CRA, and somebody was proposing I think it was somebody in the audience actually was proposing a CRA in Sulphur Springs, and I asked the crowd, how many of you think that $25 million is better spent in downtown than Sulphur Springs? And nobody raised their hand. And so it's about setting priorities. In terms of the county match, it doesn't exist in the downtown CRA. It only and the staff's gonna give us a graduated scale. Morris and Dennis have been working on that for us. But there's a step down. It's not one for one as you get through several years. But in downtown a few years ago, the county opted out except for the SPP project. So that's the only one that's getting county match. The rest of them are not. And so, and even a Channel District where there is a county match, we could do an interlocal agreement to retain it if we wanted to. But in downtown, there's no match, and so it doesn't make sense to do. The question is, where could the money be better spent? Could we spend it and create 10 times more affordable housing in other parts of the city, or could we do it less in downtown?
Councilman Clendenin.
Okay, so on this issue, we're missing a major component to housing, and I think every time we talk with somebody, it's housing and transportation. They go hand in hand. So folks, cost of housing and cost of transportation are basic needs. And I think that is an opportunity that we have within the CRAs, is that we can use those as catalysts to provide transportation. And so I think that's something we can't overlook. We can't overlook in this discussion as we pursue this budget and the following year's budgets. There's opportunities there. There's revenue there that we can tap into to create circulators and get people to the workplace from where they live in more affordable areas. So again, as we talk about this, I think you can't talk about housing in a vacuum. It has to go along with transportation. Thank you.
All right, Chief Bennett, you're going to close it out. We'll go to Councilman Vieira to speak first after.
Was that for me?
Oh, no, that's at the end. I don't want to.
Thank you, Council.
No, a lot of notes.
We're going to be here till midnight.
No.
We still have public comment.
No, okay, all right. Well, again, thank you, Council, for sharing our priorities together that we've worked with you, especially over the last 4 years. When we were going through this process for the last 120 days or so, a lot of things were focused on gaps and growth. Where were the gaps? You heard public safety talk about some of the gaps in either equipment or facilities, and then we're managing growth together. And so, a little postscript to the housing side. Many of you know that you have supported, council has supported our response to homelessness in addition to housing. And I can tell you that the methodologies that we're working with our partners have really done a great job. And many of you know that I try and have community engagement almost every single morning in the early hours downtown. And when I talk to folks, they had been displaced within their own neighborhoods of Tampa. So they're the ones that are getting the first opportunity to get back in the continuum of care and go through that process and get back into something that they can afford. And your support in that has helped. So that is a piece of the housing puzzle. I can tell you that every quarter, every 90 days, I ask for a report from police and fire about the pressure on emergency services as it relates to homeless. Just this year, even with the resources that we have, and we have more beds coming, again, for Tampa folks that have been in the continuum of care, has gone up 33% from 1,500 calls every 90 days to 2,000 calls every 90 days. And that's with the resources. So we are trying to care, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of reunification where people show up from other communities, and I can tell you that the partners we have get them placed back, even if it's in a different community, with their loved ones. So it's working on the street every day, but that is a component of the housing. And then my last point, there was, to Councilman Clendenin's point, there's a reason that we use roads to intersect these functions that are on the slide. It's because the nexus of everything you do, housing, parks and rec, and of course, the public safety aspects are all tied together, and we're just trying to support that, as Nicole mentioned, in a holistic way. And you have done a great job supporting all these priorities, and now we're just looking to close those gaps and manage growth into the future. Staff stands ready for as long as you want to answer questions and also bring back more analysis as needed between now and the first public hearing. So thank you for your patience and your support of our presentations.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wanted to thank everybody in staff for all y'all's work and help and whatnot. I know that y'all have spent a lot of time preparing for today and probably 5 more times taking questions from people like me and all of us, so I really, really appreciate it. You know, one of the reasons, and again, everybody is the master of their own ship, I didn't ask questions during the presentation, is because I think we all support these spending proposals. We've worked hard on this, all of us, while we were on council, while we have been on this council, and we all support this. The issue is, are we going to raise taxes 16% to fund all of this? That's the real dispositive issue here. This is all spending that I think we all support. My opinion, I've said this before, I do support some level of a millage increase for certain needs that can help fund other needs that we're talking about here today. But a 16% millage increase in a time of 7.5% inflation in the Tampa area, doubled property premiums in rates, property insurance, is just too much for me. Like I've told the administration in private conversation, I've said this a number of times, this tax increase, when you look at all the spending that it seeks to do all at once, says yes to everything all at once, and it says no to very little to nothing. And what you're left with is a millage rate that is as high as South Florida areas. That's a lot for us to consider. Nothing is black and white. There's gray in everything, like I've said before. And these are great things that we all support, but we have to have the wisdom, et cetera, to do scrutiny in all these. And I think that's certainly something that's important. I support a more narrowly tailored millage increase that helps us take care of our public safety crises. I do believe that we have a growing crisis in public safety that's only going to continue to get worse. And that addresses transportation challenges, and that enables us to make immediate investments in affordable housing like we've talked about before. We can do everything, but in a more reasonable way that doesn't ask the public in inflation like we have right now for 16% higher taxes all at once. I think that puts us in a very, very bad position, given the fact that we all support that. The public supports having more fire stations. This budget for this year doesn't include a single fire station, to the best of my knowledge, not even designed for a new fire station. Like Mr. Stocco has indicated, we have the Public Safety Master Plan for Hillsborough County that had a proposal for 28 new fire stations in the county. We don't see that here, partly because I respectfully suggest we don't have a real Public Safety Master Plan here. That's for another time. We all support that. I'd like to see this budget make forward movements in having advancements in downtown Tampa for a fire station in downtown Tampa. We had one fire station in downtown Tampa 20 years ago before all this growth. We got the same one here now 20 years later. And then for the newer North Tampa area, whether it's design, whether it's beginning on construction funding, again, willing to be reasonable on that, but we need to see gains this year, especially if we're going to ask the public for more money out of their wallets. The public supports better response times for fire and for police and hiring the over 30 police officers. Really, really good stuff. The public supports investments in transportation. I think all of us here on this dais supported all for transportation. In 2018, I endorsed it. I supported higher taxes for transportation. The city of Tampa voted overwhelmingly to say, yes, I want to pay more in taxes for transportation. There's something that we can move forward on that. We also supported it as a city, I believe, in 2022 overwhelmingly. And that was muddied up because of court issues, et cetera. We need to make these concerted investments in these two areas. Right now, 21% of this millage increase goes to public safety. I think that's way too little when you're asking people for more money. So my view is mend it, don't end it, which is to say, let's have a millage increase. Let's gear it towards certain areas and enable us, by the way, to invest in affordable housing like I'll talk about, but do it in a more reasonable manner that acknowledges the economic realities of folks in Tampa today. Again, there's a balance for that. I'm willing to meet folks halfway in that regard. By passing a millage, half as much has been requested by the administration. We could enable our CRAs to have $4 million roughly in funds that could be substantially used for affordable housing. We can also use additional general funds from that for affordable housing. But again, by looking at a reduced millage rate, you don't abandon affordable housing at all. For parks, I've said before respectfully, and again, this is a body of 7, we can come up with negotiations on this. I don't think this is the year for higher taxes for parks, not in this budget. The biggest challenge I have with this is for fire stations. That's really, really big. I sent to the administration some documents that we found from last year, for example, that shows prior commitments made in prior years for fire stations. Here is District 7 Capital Improvement Program from last year in the budget. It includes Fire Station 24. Here is Capital Improvement Project for fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 26. It included for fiscal year 22, $650,000 for Fire Station 24 in K-Bar Ranch, almost $12 million for that endeavor the following year in 2023. That was promised in prior budgets through administration presentations, right? And it's not here today, and yet we're being asked to pay more in taxes. Call me a little off, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think we need to see gains on that. I will be making a motion. I don't know if we can make motions today, but on a request to have movement forward on fire stations in this budget. Public safety is issue number 1. We have parts in the city of Tampa where we have response times challenges, et cetera, et cetera. We need to take that care of that, especially if we're asking the public in 7.3% Tampa area inflation to pay more money. I'm willing to do that to a certain level, right? Because we're all elected to do the right thing, not to get reelected, okay? I'm willing to do that. But we need to do it reasonably, and we need to have forward movement on fire stations. That's something that I think it's been critical to all of us. We support the public safety master plan, right? So that we can see what all of our needs are. Unfortunately, we don't have that at this time. But there's certain things, as the chairman has said before, that you don't need a master plan for. And one of them is the need for these stations. We need to have forward movement on that. So again, I didn't want to go through after each one. I just wanted to have it a whole, because if you break it down on the millage, that's kind of going to tell you where we're going to go. On this body. We all support all these spending ideas, et cetera. We can do them year by year, but there's a reasonable way forward. We can have real forward progress on all of these areas, right? But doing it in a reasonable manner that does not raise taxes by 16% in a 7.5% inflation economy. That's it. Thank you, sir.
And I'll go to the other council members, but so the thoughts are fresh in my head. I agree with a lot of what you said, and you said it very eloquently. But a couple of things. You know, the millage was raised several years ago in anticipation of an additional homestead exemption, which didn't go through. We spent over $100 million on the Hannah project. We spent millions on a lot of other projects while we knew we had a housing situation, while we knew we had deferred maintenance on parks, public safety issues, as Councilman Vera talked about the fire station. This full mill, I think, is going to be so impactful negatively to the point where we're gonna hurt a lot of people that are already hurting, meaning those that cannot afford housing or struggling, or the money that we've invested in helping those people stay in their homes or make up the cost of their differences in rents with their renewals. I think it's gonna cancel it out. I think this is just too much, especially with, as I've already mentioned and others have mentioned, the cost of insurance, the cost of food and gas, the cost of, I mean, I could go on and on. I think the impact is going to be so quick because once we raise this millage, it's gonna come up, it's gonna hurt people's pocketbooks before we build that housing, because that's gonna be years away. I think we need to look at wants and needs and address what is absolutely critical. As was already mentioned, 16% is a big increase on top of everything else. This is like the cherry on top of the inflation of the insurance. It's a lot of money. And I know I asked this in a private meeting, you know, about wages. Well, wages have gone up, not for everybody. It's different economics. The poor are still poor. The middle class is struggling. There are people that have a lot of money and can afford these things. But the thing is, we just have, it's a perfect storm of negative financial impact on a lot of people. And people, my car insurance is up $600 this year. My HOA assessment, I got a special assessment, an additional $300 a month. This will impact me. I'm calculating $200 to $300 based on the assessed value of what I have. That's me. What about other people that are in houses that are more expensive? Or landlords and property owners that are going to pass this burden onto their tenants. People might have clauses in their contracts that say, we'll raise your rent $100 every month. Or, I'm sorry, each year, once you renew it, it'll be an extra $100 a month. It's not like that with everybody. It could be more. I know people that they dread receiving their renewal notice for their apartments. They don't know if they're going to be at $1,800 or they're going to be at $2,300 or $2,400 because I've seen that. They're not making up that in those wages. They're working hourly jobs, getting paid hourly amounts, and they're either not able to renew, not able to afford, or they're going to have to cut back, or they have cut back significantly just to pay the rent. So I have concerns. I think we didn't pass a full mill last time, and that was in anticipation of something that didn't happen, thankfully. So we had that extra money. But at the same time, I mean, now I've been in Tampa my whole life, and for much of my life, Tampa was affordable. A house in West Tampa, I remember for many years, $110,000, $100,000. Those houses are now $400,000 in the same neighborhoods. Not only that, interest rates are high. So if I were to qualify, I'm going to qualify for an even higher mortgage payment, and it's not going to be affordable. And that's what a lot of people are facing. There's just a lot of factors. You know, asking the public to pay more, you know, fine. But, you know, if we were to pass this budget with the full millage, is there a guarantee that that money goes to where it needs to be spent? Could it be shifted around? It's not like an enterprise fund where you say, parking enterprise, you know, the money can only be spent here. The money can be shifted around. What if a future mayor says, well, we had that, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars. We have millions of dollars to do whatever for housing, but I want to build a $25 million park. You know, whatever. There is that ability to do that. It would have to come to council, but there's no guarantee. There's no, you know, there's a lot of concerns here. And a lot of people are hurting. I see it. I hear it from people, whether they're paying their rent, whether they're trying to put food on the table. And we're going to be impacting people at the landlord level all the way down to the renter. And I don't want to hurt anybody. We're not here for that. We're here to solve problems. And I think this is just very aggressive. And we either take a deep dive into the budget, as the gentleman who served on the Citizens Budget Advisory Board mentioned earlier. But this is just, I think it's going to be too impactful. Who's next? Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. I agree. A mill increase is a big deal. I haven't made my mind up solidly, but here's the problem. The landlords are going to raise the rent anyway. They're just going to raise the rent. That's what they do. That's what landlords do. And the people are going to be out and have nowhere to go. That's right. And they're not going to have anywhere to go immediately, but they're certainly not going to have anywhere to go in 3 or 4 years. And what this money can do, or money that we find elsewhere, what Nicole is asking, what Ms. Travis is asking, is to take this money and then be able to leverage it to get a bond, to actually buy this stuff and start. If we don't start, I mean, you're talking about past councils. Past councils didn't do anything about this. And now that's why we are where we are. So I have a bunch of questions for Chief Bennett. I've already started this, and I'm going to take a little while, and I apologize. But the general fund budget, looking at this, the general fund budget is $671 million. If I read the math right, 70%, 7 and 0, goes toward personnel. That's $471 million of salary and benefits, correct? Retirement, all of that. So really, the only thing we actually have in the general fund to work with, if this mill is passed, is $200 million. That is it.
Over what period of time?
The whole year.
The whole year.
So when we increased personnel costs 9% last year, our staff needed it. Inflation went up. You warned us that this was a permanent change. The chickens are coming home to roost. Not that I don't think our staff deserves it, because they do. And honestly, they're woefully underpaid compared to what they could probably get in the private sector. But, so what I've done is I've really did a deep dive into positions. And so I am curious about quite a few of these. When I look at the budget, we've talked about, I believe Chief Tripp said 27.
30.
30. I thought 30 was police.
No, it's both, 30.
30, okay.
30.
But here, when you actually look at the budget, under FTEs, under police, it says during, FY 2023, they had an increase of 4.25 FTEs. As part of the 2024 budget, the city recommends an additional total decrease of 2 FTEs. So so for the police, if you're telling us you're actually hiring 30 people, but here it says we're decreasing by 2 people, I can't figure that math out. Yeah. And it's the exact same for fire, it's the exact same for other departments, and I think until we get a handle on personnel and who is where, we really can't even have a further discussion about where this money goes, because we don't know how much money we actually are working with.
No, I mean, it's a great question, it's a great point. When I mentioned in my opening about the transparency on positions, they come in 3 categories. It's the first category is reclassifications that happen for whatever the repurposing of a position might be. Then there could be a reduction because that function is no longer needed. And of course, then there could be an increase, and all those go through. We talk about in the budget and versus the HR space, that the budget side is the positions and HR is the person, the individual. So between those two, they try and reconcile through the budget. We have to put a point in time count in the budget itself so we can make these kind of decisions. As those positions can be repurposed, for example, and I'll use PAL for example, Parks and Rec has been covering PAL for a period of time. When the police put in their budget to replace those positions to give PAL its boost, then those positions in Parks can move back to Parks. And so everything has to move through that system in their FTE count. So when they bring new positions forward this year, that new functionality, we have to juxtapose that against the positions that have gone unfilled and that need to be repurposed. And that's why you see that detailed math inside the budget.
But I mean, PAL's a great example, because here it says an increase under Parks, an increase of 8.5 FTEs for PAL. So that's not under police, it's under Parks, which Ms. Wynn said we'll have 42 new employees, but this budget says that they recommend an additional decrease of 16.5. And I cannot do that math. I've gotten comments from the public because they don't understand it. That's why we have people coming here talking about parks.
Right.
And so is there a way to actually clearly show this? I mean, even if it's a little asterisk, to say, because this money matters. 30 people is a ton of money.
It is.
Especially when we're talking about really, I mean, what did I say it was? Over $400 million toward personnel and benefits?
And just remember too, in the public safety space, there's sworn and non-sworn positions. So when you see that in the FTE count, it could be, they're typically not in the sworn space because we're trying to grow that.
Oh,
But in the
absolutely.
non-sworn, sometimes things get centralized. For example, sometimes the departments will have on-site facility maintenance positions under their budget. And then they may get re-centralized because we're changing the efficiency and saying that it should come through a work order in a centralized situation. And that's all of that FTE rigor that we go through over 120 days to say, why aren't these positions being filled? Is the job description off? Is the pay band off? Is the function off? And then so what you're seeing is both sides of that situation in the budget. It would probably be an opportunity for the budget office to put that asterisk in the conversation. And then, of course, between now and the hearing, we may be able to demystify that a little bit more. But it really is a point in time count of the FTEs that have been vacant and need to probably be repurposed or reevaluated to make sure that we're not just coming in and asking for more, because there's positions that have been underutilized.
And I greatly appreciate that, but here, in development and growth management, we're talking about having community development FTEs replacing housing counselors, and I just absolutely don't see how can we delete anyone from development and growth management when the absolute, I mean, year over year growth in the amount of permits we're getting, the amount of people who need help from us, I mean, honestly, what housing has taken over and the ability to help people stay in their homes, I absolutely do not see a way that we can task our already overburdened personnel by taking on more responsibility and taking these jobs out.
Yes, thank you. Dennis Rajero, Chief Financial Officer. I came up here, if I may, to elaborate on some of the explanation the Chief of Staff gave, particularly regarding the 30 fire rescue positions and the 30 police positions. They are not in the budget, and of course the reason for that is because they are potentially grant funded. So we will not place them in the budget until and if we receive the grant. That's when we'll come to City Council with a financial resolution and a change to the budget adding these positions. That's the disconnect, if you will, between the presentations you're receiving about those 60 positions and the fact that they're not in the budget. The additional funding associated going forward with the millage increase, for example, is to pay for the match associated with those grants. If I'm not mistaken, both of those grants have escalating costs to the localities that are awarded them, whether it's, I'm making this up, 25%, 50%, 75%, et cetera. So if we receive those grants, and we're pretty confident, we don't have them yet, or they'd be in the budget, if we receive them, we've got to identify a future mechanism to pay for the match amounts, eventually ending up with complete responsibility on the City of Tampa.
Again, I think this is where asterisks or footnotes are very helpful.
Understood.
I'm a big footnote person. So putting that in there, and really, because for us, I remember the mayor very clearly saying in my budget prep meeting that regardless, we're going to have to hire 30 officers. So if we don't get the grant, where's that money going to come from?
We'll have to move funding based on, again, the adopted budget that City Council approves, whether it's 1 mil, et cetera, et cetera. We'll have to find money to do just that, because we won't be able to, we've used the word before, we won't be able to leverage that funding for, and I like the way you phrased it, getting some of our money back, or what we used to call other people's money. We won't be able to do that. We'll have to be flexible.
And that's my fear when we're really looking at only having $200 million. I have to say, every personnel person, especially police officers, are expensive. I mean, we pay well for the services we get, but a new officer especially, we're not just talking payroll and benefits, we're talking outfitting them and everything they need. Yeah, training, all of that, but.
And I'm sorry, ma'am, if I may, again, in the interest of full transparency, you mentioned the 9.5% increase that was made available as a cost of living increase to all union employees and most, but not all, other employees. But that's not the only increase. Most, the overwhelming majority of other employees also get either a step increase, if you're a police or fire, or a merit increase. Both of those are based on performance, and they'll be 3, 4, 5%. So it's not just the cost of living increase. And as you said, and I think you make a very good point, personnel are the overwhelming majority of our expenses because services don't happen without personnel. But both the cost of living and the merit or step are recurring expenses. You are going to pay for those in perpetuity as long as that position is there. You're absolutely correct in what you said, that it wasn't just the cost of living increase, it's also merit and step increases, along with pension increases, things like that.
I think I probably just need another personal meeting because I have so many questions. But really, I am absolutely. My last main question, and I'll stop here, is Neighborhood and Community Affairs has about 200 some odd positions, and from what I can tell, it's mostly code enforcement. Is that the case?
I don't know offhand, but a major amount is in code enforcement. I can get you the breakdown. It's in the budget someplace. I just don't know it all off the top of my head.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you. I appreciate it. I do want to set a meeting to ask more questions, and I highly recommend, I think that my fellow council members are right. We have to do a deep dive and pull stuff out. If we want to decrease, if we want to talk about decreasing, then we got to be able to know what we're cutting, because there's got to be something in here to cut. If that's the way, if that's going to be the pleasure of council, because the problem is, it doesn't matter what we do with the budget. We still owe those people $470 million.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Henderson.
Yes, Chief Financial Officer Rojero, since you're up there, can you talk about, even in terms of if we decided to reduce the millage, what is the average cost going to be for a household? I remember seeing in East Tampa it's going to be about between $6 and $7 per month, versus the average household is under $20 a month in additional costs per household. Can you just expand on that a little bit? Because if we decide that we're going to cut something and it's going to be a $3 savings to the consumer, is it really worth it? What are we giving up if it's only going to cost the consumer $3 and it ends up being millions that we're cutting from programs that really are essential? We do understand that they're needed.
I'm looking for some slides to show. Thanks. Can I have the Elmo up, please?
I know that slide came like last week when we presented it before.
Would someone let me know if they see it on?
Because in my mind, I'm thinking, I am, not just because I'm new on council, if it were just an individual decision for myself and the sacrifice that I'm making, I'm more upset about my insurance increasing, $1,000 for the year. Car insurance, by the way, which was ridiculous. I only drive them out of work. But nevertheless, the cost to the consumer or the individual homeowner, that impact if we, let's say, go from a 1 mil increase and we decrease it to 0.8, and it's at least what I calculated is maybe a $3 savings. I'm sorry, y'all, I have a cold, so I sound like this. But I just want to know that, because I think in simple terms that also can help the consumer. Our chairman said, I don't want for someone to have to absorb this cost. Well, if that cost is only costing you $200 a year for what we're asking of our city, when we already spend, as you said last presentation, we spend 98% of our budget. Didn't you say that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's without all of these things that we're asking for. because that was a lot of the writing in my, in a lot of the, I actually read emails from everyone. A lot of emails, it's like a lot of homework, but nevertheless, that was one of the things.
Do you, I'm sorry, can you
We
all see
need it up on
your
the,
Elmo?
yeah, there we go.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
In the back there. I think this is speaking at least partially
Yeah,
to your
this is the
question.
$19 one. This is good enough. I know East Tampa there, it was an average of between $6 and $7
I have each-
in monthly
I have each
cost.
district.
This one is a little bit higher value.
Yes, this is the average citywide assessed value.
Mm-hmm.
So for all districts, and you see over to the far left, a little over 280,000. I'm sorry.
Can you slide it up to the closed caption?
Oh,
There you go.
there you go. They fixed the closed captioning. Can everybody see it? There you go. And again, a little over $280,000 is the average assessed value citywide. You take the homestead exemption, the two homestead exemptions of $50,000 because that assessed value qualifies for both homestead exemptions. And to the far right, you see the proposed monthly adjustment, again, just under $20. And to the immediate left of that is the annual adjustment of a little over $231. And that's citywide. I've got each district here with their averaged assessed values also. And the one of the advantages, if you will, of considering 1 mil scenarios is it's pretty easily scalable. If you go to half a mil, well, it's half of what you see here. If you go to 0.8, well, it's 20% of what you see here, which I won't try to do in my head. Much better with half. And but you, I think you get the picture as in terms of how you can scale it up or down depending upon the particular millage increase.
And then I really appreciate that. I mean, for this is the average assessed value of a home in the city of Tampa. I mean, I know homes are selling for more now, so that impact would be different for the person paying $400,000 for their house.
And I'm sorry, you had a follow-up comment I would want to address in terms of spending 98%. Council, you saw this slide earlier in the Chief of Staff's presentation. Pardon me, and I'm sorry. I guess we got the closed caption again. Can everybody see that? This is a 5-year history of general fund departments expenditures. And as you said, in fiscal year 22, we spent 98% of the general fund department's budget. And you see it runs the gamut from 107% in 2018, where we overspent, slightly overspent in 2019, and then 98%, 97%, et cetera. So further to your comment and further to your comment you made a little while ago, Councilwoman Hurtak, in fact, you had asked for this particular information as part of the budget process. I want to reiterate, and perhaps I've said it before, at this scale, what are we, the 50th largest city in the U.S. with nearly a $2 billion budget, 97, 98%. Variances of 3% or less are bullseye. Bullseye. And when you see it running 4 years in a row like that, it probably doesn't need to be said, but I'll say it, that's no accident. That's active and well thought out budget planning and then good active resource management as the years progress. You've heard me say it before, you've heard the Chief of Staff say it before, tolerances are tight, and you see that here. Regardless of, and further to your comment, earlier comment, Councilwoman Hurtak, where would you cut? Where would one cut to raise a resource here? Because you're going to have to lower it. It's pretty much zero sum at these levels. I mean, this is on target. As we go through the budget process, every year, the mayor presents her budget, as you know, then it becomes City Council's budget. City Council adopts the budget, presumably based on Council's priorities and the priorities that they've heard from the public. We can only spend what is appropriated, what City Council has approved. So taking that into consideration, we are spending everything that City Council wants us to spend every year.
Yeah. And also the other point, and I want to say this just for the public to know, in my private meeting with you and Chief Bennett, the one thing that's really interesting to me is your concern for our greatest resource, our human capital, which is our employees. That's not just police officer and fire rescue, that's everyone who makes this city function. And they literally consider the cost of living and the merit-based pay and the increase 9.5%. Teachers don't get that. We don't get that. We don't get raises. We may get a $500 bonus. And so I really appreciate the fight for the human capital piece, because you got to ask yourself, well, what are you giving up? How about, if you ever consider this, how about nobody in the city gets a raise for 2 years? Because that happens in Hillsborough County Public Schools, 2 or 3 years. Let's just go without raises. The sacrifice can be great. Who's willing to make it is the question in terms of deferred need. And one of my greatest fears, if we're talking about cutting budgets, and I'm going to shut up after this, is that, of course, the easiest thing to come after is parks. And guess what park it'll happen to? It'll be Fair Oaks. And then I'll be in here going crazy because that's in my district, and it has been a park that the community has been waiting for years. And it's like, oh, well, you don't need a park right now. You know, so it's really about what we're asking for and the level of sacrifice. If it is a $3 sacrifice or a $20 sacrifice for a family and over this millage, I just think it's just something that we actually could consider, because salaries is our biggest expense. And is anyone willing to give that up in the city? You know, whatever, because everything goes up for those employees as well, or whatever. But we have done that time and time again. You can check it. I can show it to you. Teachers do not get raises year after year after year. But the very first meeting that I had with Dennis Rogero and Chief Bennett is that is the priority, is to make sure that the city employees get what they deserve. And 9.5% has never happened in my 29 career as a teacher. In 29 years, 9.5% has never happened. So that's not a lecture, y'all. I do sound kind of passionate in lecture. I apologize. Let's just keep it moving. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Hurtak had a short
Yeah,
question.
very quick thing that my aide, Ms. Scharf, checked tonight, and it's very relevant to the discussion. Trim notices are out. You can go to the property appraiser's website right now, type in your address, and you can find out exactly what your mill will cost you. It will be mailed within the next week, but if you want to know right now, you can find out.
Councilman Cross.
Thank you. Yeah, the other thing is, and CFO can correct me, but we have lots of averages of by district and citywide. But if you want to know how much you're going to pay, look at the taxable assessed value, not the Zillow value that's really high, but less than it was a couple years ago. But look at the assessed value. Usually that's about 30% less than what you think it's worth. Look at that assessed value, take off 3 zeros, and that's how much more you're going to pay. So that's the easy way to, you don't have to go anywhere, just look at that. So I was talking to somebody today, you know, my district, South Tampa, has a lot of expensive houses, and they weren't all bought as expensive houses, but somebody today said, well, it's only going to go up by a couple $100s a year, right? And I said, well, what's the assessed value of your house? $1.5 million. So that means he's going to pay $1,500 more per year. So it depends on where you are and what your number is, and that's not an argument for or against. It's just to help everybody figure out where they are. I want to first of all thank the mayor and the staff. They've gone out of their way to communicate with us, with me anyway. I've had 2 or 3 meetings with the mayor, phone calls, meetings with CFO. Everybody's been accessible. Folks were emailing me over the weekend. Chief of Staff was calling me early. I think we talked to 7:45 this morning. So I just want to thank everybody for being accessible. We all started this new term trying to be collaborative, and even though we might disagree on the issues sometimes, and we might in this case eventually, the thing is we're all trying to do it in a collaborative way. So that's what I'm hoping we can do. And when the mayor got up and presented the priorities the other day, you know, she acknowledged that City Council agreed with those priorities, and so it's not an issue about whether we think these priorities are important. It's about how much we should be spending in the short term, and what impact we might have on the economy. I just want to go through a couple things real fast. Underlying the 5 issues that we're talking about is really the economy of Tampa. And one of the things I've started to say as a summary is if you're making everything in economic development in the last 12 years was built around people making more than $200,000 a year. So if you're making more than $200,000 a year, most likely you feel like Tampa is really successful and you're doing really well. If you make less than $200,000 a year, you feel like Tampa's in a recession and and the prices are out of control and you can't control where you are. You're feeling like you might go underwater. Even if you're making what you think is a lot of money, if you're making less than $200,000, you feel like you're in trouble. And one of the things I looked at was the summary at the beginning of this budget, not the ones we've seen today, but the one that's online. And there's a section called Economic Outlook. And in that section, I'll just read the headlines real fast. It talks about the port, talks about the airport, and then there's a section called Economic Development, and it has these highlights mentioned. I'm going to read every one of them. The Heights, which is Armature Works, Gas Works, which is the Ybor real estate project, Water Street, West River Development, Midtown, West Shore Marina District. Then it talks about the Ritz-Carlton, the AER Tower, a tower in Sulphur Springs, and I can go on and on. The point is that Tampa has what I call the edifice complex. For the past 12 years, we've measured success by the buildings that are going up. This is in this document, and Nicole didn't write that, by the way, as far as I know. But it is in this document that the measure of our success in economic development is the buildings that have gone up and the buildings that are going up. No city that we admire in the world measures success by the number of buildings. None of them do. It's what small cities that are aspiring to be big do. We need to stop thinking like a small city and think like a successful city. And the way we do that is by looking at different economic measures. We can't have a successful city where people under 200,000, which is a lot of money, feel like they're in a recession and they're being left behind. That's because our economic development system was not based around it. And why is it important? Because the big companies in the world don't look at the EDC numbers. They look at the real numbers, and the real numbers are not good. We need to change them. And how do I know this? If you look in this same economic section that's in this budget, there's a section called Economic Outlook. This is in the budget, and I'm going to read a sentence real fast. The Metropolitan Statistical Area, MSA, economic indicators for Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater are expected to show slightly below average levels of growth compared to other areas in Florida. According to the University of Central Florida's Florida Metro Forecast 2023 to 2026, from June 2023, population growth will average 1.3% annually. Employment is expected to contract. That means get smaller by 0.6% annually, and the unemployment rate is expected to average 4.5, which is a lot greater than where we are now. Through 2026, that's 3 years. The unemployment rate for the MSA as of June 2023 is 2.6% per the U.S. Bureau of Labor Standards. So this is the same message I've been saying for 4 years, but now it's in the budget. It's written in the budget. These are MSA numbers, not Tampa's numbers. But we know in looking at the Tampa numbers that Tampa is pulling down the region to some extent. The bottom line is we've got to change economic development. If we change economic development to bring everybody up, people can afford to rent. They can afford houses. The problem is the wages aren't keeping up with the expenses that are out there. We've got to change the way we look at economic development. Economic development cannot be subsidizing real estate development and subsidizing out-of-state jobs that pay low wages, which is what we've been doing for a long, long time. We've got to radically change that. We've got to set economic priorities that are based around the economic priorities that other cities look like. And one of the things I've been pushing for several years is bringing economic development in-house. We've got an excellent team. Look at what they've done in affordable housing. A couple years ago, 4 years ago, we were asked by the administration, please bring the incinerator plant in-house. That's a facility that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. We brought it in-house. We're spending something like $80 million to renovate it. The city staff now is running it because the administration said, we think we can do a better job running this hugely expensive, complicated, complex, important property. We think we can run it better than the private sector. Why can't the city of Tampa run economic development better than outsourcing it the way we are now to the EDC? We're not getting the results we need. The reason why people can't afford houses, the reason why they can't afford rent, the reason why they're moving out of the city is because we're not developing jobs under 200,000, and that's what we need to do. And it's not workforce training. That's a 1980s way of looking at it. That's important. We've got to develop high-paying jobs and multi-generational jobs. The last thing I'll say is two other quick things. If we look at the Federal Reserve has two main things that they can move: the interest rates and the money supply. And they have to carefully look at inflation versus where the economy is going. And every time they meet, they know that the world economy is going to move based on what they're doing. They could, if they raise rates too quickly, they could destroy the entire economy of the world and especially the United States. We are sitting in one of those situations right now. Everybody's talked about insurance rates going up, utility rates going up. Inflation has pushed everything up. This group of below $200,000, they're really price sensitive right now. Many people are on the verge of losing everything. And if we push this economy into a full out recession, or if we push people to the brink where people who feel like they're in the middle class and were previously doing well before all this change, if we push them to the point where they can't afford their homes anymore, we're going to really hurt this economy for a long time. It's not a question of the priorities. We all agree to the priorities. It's not even a question about maybe getting more revenues. There's an important question about timing right now. And I think we all need to think about it. We're really sitting like the Federal Reserve here. The economy of Tampa is going to be based on what we do going forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Miranda.
Wow. Let me just say this. There's certain things that and I've said this before, on the ad valorem collections. In 2022, 2023, there was 25 million that the general fund had to put in to meet the demand for the fire and police department. And 23, 24 was the budget we're talking about now. That number came down to a zero. So that means that we saved $25 million from the general fund going in to pay for other items in the police and fire department which were needed, don't get me wrong. So that means that in this budget, 23 to 24, there's really a $50 million pickup. You did put in 25 into the general fund, and you have 25 left over. Am I correct so far, or am I off?
No, it's cumulative.
Yeah, I just want to talk that way. Yeah, thank you. And then when I see housing, average household in Tampa, 218, I don't know what the hell they were drinking. You can't buy a lot of West Tampa for $200,000. So I don't understand where the 218 came from. If something ain't selling, that means it ain't worth 218. Am I correct? I mean, any place you go in the city of Tampa, it's about supply and demand. What happens when the demand was higher for gasoline? It went up just recently to almost $4. Tampa was $3.57, I believe. And it'll come down when we stop using it. So when you look at these things and you look at what's before us, I don't think about this year, next year. I'm thinking back to 2026 and 2027. And I'll tell you why. That's when the big animal comes, called the CIT, Community Investment Tax. It's a sales tax. On one side, it's very regressive because it's not based on income. On the other side, 30 to 35%, maybe even 40% of that money is paid by somebody else who visits the city of Tampa or within the cooperation limits of the city. So what's going to happen then? That ends in 2026. We keep passing taxes. You think the people are going to vote for this? I say that the CIT tax creates more money than we can do with this tax. I'm not against taxes. I'm not for them either. But when I see something like this, that you have a 25 million plus, that means next year you don't have to pick up the zero. You got 25 already in there. And I'm going to get the same thing, another 25 to 30. So you're going to get about $55 million on that side to save. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm calculating on the numbers that I've seen on the screen. Then I saw you can't overspend more than what you get. But I saw they spent 100, I forget what it was, on the left-hand side, the last one in 2018.
Oh, 107%, yes, sir.
Yeah, 107%. So I don't know where that number came from if you can't spend more than 100.
Fund balance.
Fund balance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got it. So if you went from 2018 to 2023 then, from those balances that I saw, from 18 to 23, you had an additional collection of $114 million difference from 2018. Am I correct?
I didn't quite follow that math, sir. Could you?
The 2018 ad valorem tax collection to the 2023 ad valorem collection, I think there's a difference of 114 million between those, which is fine, is inflation.
I don't know off the top of my head, I'm sure.
All right,
you're
but
correct.
I question a lot the housing of $218,000 for a house. You can't buy anything in Tampa for $218,000. Maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen any yet. So then, in 2026, the CIT tax ends. 2026 it ends. So what happens when you need to supply another, you talk about some of the equipment that you have in the police department is 6 years old. There will be a lot more that are 6 years old. Because if that tax ends and we don't pass it, and the public now is catching on to what happened way back in September 6th of 1996. They know that that 1.5% that it passed by was because they spent 484,000 to the public spending zero, and they lost the public by 0.5% or 1.5%, whatever it was. So when this comes up this time, and if this gets torn down, you can forget everything you're looking here, because you ain't gonna be able to make it. You ain't not gonna be able to be a progressive city that you wanna be. Because then you're gonna lose, not only this, you're gonna lose millions more. And I forgot what it is, because it's a big number. And that's, like I said, it's a regressive tax, I admit that. But it's also a tax that 35 or 40% of it is paid by somebody else who visits the aquarium, which had 970,000 or 975,000 visitors. Laurie Park Zoo had 1.25 million visitors. Tampa never had that. We had a crew that used to pick up the sidewalk at 5 o'clock. Nobody was walking in the streets. We made a lot of progress in a short period of time. That's why we have the problems we have today. It's not very hard to figure out. So I'm not opposed to doing something, but I feel that what we're doing today is going to have a reflection on if and when that tax is put on and what the amenities are going to be and where that tax is going to go, that the public is either going to vote it up or down.
Understood. And sir, you had reference to how much we get from the community investment tax. We get about $30 million a year right now from that.
A year, right.
City of Tampa, yes, sir.
And that's for 30 years. So there's 900 million, right?
Oh, it's gone up over
Yeah.
time, yes. And,
Yeah.
and as you said, we've only got a couple years left.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the big picture is, this is necessary, but the big picture is, what are you going to do when this vote comes up? That's what the citizens have to really, really clamp down and understand what's going on. It's not just what we do, it's the big picture around what we have to do to survive and be the city that we are, or the city that we want to be. So these are the things that I'm looking at to make a conscious decision, September, first week of September, and then the second reading. So these are the things that I'm going to look at to see what I can afford to tell the public that it's fine, but right now, I think that 1 mil or whatever you want to call it, 12% or 50% is just a little over the edge for the public. It's not that you cannot base it on 218 because that doesn't fly. There's no house in West Tampa. There's no house in any part of the city right now that are being built. You can't build an affordable housing for $218,000 and you gave them the lot. Am I right or wrong?
No, I would not say you're wrong. I would point to a comment Councilman Carlson had mentioned, or that he made previously. Again, typically, your taxable assessed value is much, much lower than
I understand that.
real life, if you will, valuation.
I understand that. But that, if we could build housing for 218 with lot and everything, we'd have had 30% more built. But that's what I think it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not saying 100% correct. But I just got to study this a little bit more before what the decision is best for the public, what they can handle, what they can't handle. I'm not going to go out and do something to hurt someone because I believe that the value of 218 is way low compared to what the time. I'm not criticizing anyone. I'm just saying that's my belief. But thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Vieira, Councilman Clendon, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you very much, and I'll go fast because, yeah, we still do have public comment. A couple of things that I wanted to stipulate to this. Councilwoman Henderson mentioned Fair Oaks. This budget, this tax increase, to the best of my knowledge, in no way, if we reject it 100%, which I oppose, that would not put Fair Oaks in any way in jeopardy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, good. And
That's so good.
yeah, no, and I say that because that is a $40 million investment in East Tampa recreation that we have all supported. Those of us who were on the prior council, a lot of folks, worked hard on that, et cetera. And that's something that we all support, and I don't want anybody, inadvertently, God forbid. So yes, I just wanted to assure you in that regard, because that's a great win. Yes, sir.
I appreciate that clarification, sir, and I would add,
Yes, ma'am.
I would also add to that, our anticipated funding source for that is debt service.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it'd be over a 30-year period.
Absolutely.
Okay,
But in
so
other
no
words,
reneging. That's good to know.
yeah, so that is on its way, and there's nothing that will stop that. I think that's very important to say. A couple of things, just notations that I made as well, which is a reference was made about ARPA funding, and it, the federal President Biden's stimulus post-COVID. And you could also talk about CARES Act funding, et cetera, which is, wonderful federal programs that served as federal stimulus dollars, right? And saying that the city of Tampa is losing those federal stimulus dollars. Well, then that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is saying that we're raising taxes for permanent stimulus, right? That's another way of looking at it. Just something to think about that I think is very important. Councilman Maniscalco brought up, or Chairman Maniscalco brought up a very good point with regards to making sure that to the extent we pass a millage increase, that we make sure it gets spent in the proper ways. I think that we ought to look at our Citizens Budget Advisory Board having an increased level of scrutiny on this particular, to the extent it's passed, on this particular millage increase to make sure that it goes for what we're stipulating for now and in the future. That is really, really critical, because 5 years from now, who knows where it's going to go? We don't want it to go to a golden toilet or something, okay? That's very, very important. It goes without saying. And one of the ways that we address that, by the way, is talking about some of these larger projects that we know that we need and putting them in motion, including, damn it, I'll say it again, the 3 fire stations. So, and then lastly, something I do also want to address is there's this kind of idea out there that I'm hearing, which is, listen, we're proposing a 16% tax increase because this is what council wants in terms of spending priorities. Now, council, if y'all want to reduce it, then council, wink, wink, come up with the cuts. I don't think that's the proper way to go. I think that if you're getting a sense of this council that there is a reduction that's warranted, I think we have to work together and not just say, hey, council, go ahead and cut it. Y'all go ahead and do that. We share the gain, we also share the pain. Another way of looking at this, and I'd really like to look at this, which is this going to be as presently proposed, if it passes, the highest tax increase in the city of Tampa history percentage-wise? Again, it may very well be. When I was looking at the millage graph tables over the last several years, I think, again, and I'm not marrying this, I'm thinking it may very well be for the last few decades at the very least. And it's something, if true, something we're thinking about, which is, again, there's both sides to that argument. So I think we have to work together on that. So that's it. Yes, sir.
Yes, Council. No, thank you. I have a question. Hopefully you weren't misconstruing my comments to mean, hey, Council, go ahead, where you going to cut it?
No. And,
okay.
And if I may, no, and
I just
it's
wanted
not
to express it's very tight. That's
yes, sir, absolutely. And again, I'm not pointing to anybody in particular, just the idea that, hey, listen, this is what council wants. This is what it takes to do it in terms of more revenue. Again, we're saying yes to everything, no to nothing. And council, say no. And if you're gonna say no, then find budget cuts. Again, I think we ought to work together in that. And by the way, it's really not budget cuts. If we pass half a millage increase, you're gonna see immediately $4 million more for the CRAs that can be dominated by affordable housing plus whatever we give. There is no budget cut here. It's a matter of how much more we're gonna spend. So I wanna make sure that we have the proper terms. When we're talking about raising people's taxes in our economy, we have to make sure that we talk with proper words. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilman Clendon, and then we'll go to public comment.
Okay, so I've heard several things tonight. One, I think Councilman Vieira said this, wants and needs. And I think that's a really important assessment as we evaluate all of our budgets. My household budget, as my function at every level of government. And I think that's, and it's incumbent upon us to go through that too and see, are there other wants in there and not needs that, I would say probably go through, some people would say wants, other people would say wasteful spending. I would say if we identify those line items in the budget, let's bring them forward for a full evaluation from council as we evaluate the budget, and then we can address those individually by the line items. But as I look at this and how this is presented, and Councilman Vieira, by the way, this is a lot of time. This is the only time that we can't talk to each other. So a lot of the stuff we're talking out because it's the only, we have to do it this way so everybody can hear what we have to say. So when we look at this budget and the priorities of the city, I see that a lot of these things are needs because of deferred maintenance, because of we've gone through so a long stretch of time that we haven't invested in these things. We've let them go. We've let them slip away. And I honestly would love just to cut everybody's taxes, because guess what? When I raise taxes, I'm raising taxes on me too, and I don't live in a $230,000 house. So, I'm raising taxes on my house. So, but would I love to cut everybody? And, yeah, but I also, as an elected official, I'm trying to do the right thing. And someone told me it's so much easier to vote no on these things. It's much more difficult to get to yes. So, my other question is, because I keep hearing, and I hear, and honestly, and I have also, along with Councilwoman Henderson, I've read every one of the emails that you all have sent to the city council box and individual, and it's a lot of emails. And I hear a lot of things people stating about the time, everything's going up. TICO's the number one thing I keep hearing from everybody. Sorry, TICO. Housing, insurance, we all are experiencing the same stresses. They're all going up for me too. But, and the city's not immune to that. The city, our costs are going up. So when people talk about the increase in taxes that we're getting from the evaluations of homes, again, we have to start talking about outside of the CRAs. We have to absorb those salary increases, all those things within those reevaluations. And the cost of the city has been high. So when is the right time? The one thing that I know of living a relatively long life so far is that the right time is now. I wish we all could 20 years ago bought Apple stock. We all wish we would have bought a house 20 years ago. It's never comfortable. When we buy our first house or we make our first investment, it's always difficult because it's always that stretch. But eventually we grow into it. And I think that's part of this problem is that when is the right time? If we allow the roads, we've heard from staff that if we allow these roads to erode further, it's going to cost us exponentially more money to rebuild 5 times. Thank you, Councilwoman. 5 times more money in some future date to dig those roads up and repave them. If we don't build those sidewalks and service these schools and provide safe access to these playgrounds and schools, at what cost? The safety costs of a child, or we already know we have a huge problem with pedestrian fatalities. So at what cost? The time of doing those things is now. Honestly, the time to do it was yesterday. But we've had things like the Great Recession, we've had COVID, we've had all these events that led us today, and today is the kind of sweet spot. On safety, I would argue that a lot of the things we heard today are tied to safety, and I'm a huge advocate and supporter of our police and our fire and our infrastructure that we have to create, and I support everything that they brought to the table today. But I would argue that improving our roads, improving our intersections, improving our sidewalks, funding the Police Athletic League, funding parks so the kids have places to go after school. It's all about safety. It's all about providing this environment for kids can grow up, give them opportunities to be engaged. You know, honestly, you know, I mean, I was a mischievous teenager at one point, and you know, you got to give them places to be. Oh, I know, look shocked, right? She says I'm still one. But you know, so all of this is so intertwined, and it's so important to building the type of city that we want to live in. Fire, I know, and I think I've heard. I don't think anybody up here is against building the fire stations. I think we should start that process. We're not going to build one tomorrow, but I think we also have to prioritize. And you know, obviously, there was refurbishment. I mean, these fire stations. For those of you that are listening, we have a lot of fire stations that are in really bad condition. You heard about the ages of these things. We've got to refurbish. We've got to hire the firefighters. We've got to add the equipment. So you know, you can't do it all in the next 12 months, but I think we should start that process. We have to identify, procure the land. We'll figure out where they're going to be, procure the land, start that process. But you know, but just set expectations. A fire station is not going to have a ribbon cutting in the next 12 months. I think when we talk about the budget, and I hear, and in the emails, every one of them says you've got a $1.9 billion budget. I think that's really misinformation or a little misleading, because you have discretionary spending and then you've got the obligations. You know, we have salaries, CRAs. We have debt services, we have the enterprise funds, we've got all of these things that we don't have any control over. It's obligations. And I think as Councilwoman Hurtak pointed out earlier, she's saying right now only 34.9% of this budget is in the general fund. And so that's all we're talking about right now. And there's actually some stuff in there too that, again, it's not necessarily discretionary. So we're talking about really small, you know, pieces of it. So it's not $1.9 billion. We're talking about a really small piece of that. Again, I want to emphasize on the CRAs. You see all of these fancy, you know, $5-6 million condos going up in Channelside and downtown, and now Tampa Heights, and all the development in Ybor City. You think, well, how come that isn't funding all these things in the city? Because we can't, by obligation, spend that money outside of those CRAs. So areas like New Tampa, parts of West Tampa, South Tampa, Sulphur Springs, so many of these areas are starved for funding over these years because we don't have the revenue streams that we can spend there. And to Councilman Carlson's point, it would be nice to be able to be flexible like that. And if there's an opportunity to do that, I think we should pursue it. I don't know what it is. I think legal counsel is going to report back to us so we can find out where those opportunities are. But you know, it's just those hand-tied things that we can't do anything about. I think, you know, when you talk about discretion of like we approve something and then they can spend on anything. I think we have the ability to earmark things like this. And I think, you know, maybe as we grow into this council, you know, we've got a few years to do this now. I think we've become more aggressive in being able to do that. And we can actually earmark and tag money in so that we know for sure when we're allocating X number of dollars, we know it's going to be spent on X, Y, and Z. That being said, I'm at our meeting, I'm going to make a couple of different motions. One of them is going to be that we have a city council budget analyst. And, you know, it's something that, yeah, can we do that at this meeting, or do we need to wait for that?
We can make motions.
Can we? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's
okay. Well, so just a preview of things to come. I'm going to make that motion. I think it's an important thing, and I know my council people to my right and maybe some to the left have been an advocate for this year, so I don't want to steal anybody's thunder because they've been beating the drum about this. But I think it's a good balance to be able to have that, and also because honestly, I was an air traffic controller. I didn't major in economics, and you know, going through this budget is difficult. And that being said, I'm also going to, and I know y'all are going to hate this, but you're going to hate me for it, and I know you love this website, and I know it's really good for your staff to put the data in, but I'll tell you what, come back at me in 12 months with this I am not going to be a happy camper. We've got to have a budget book on both the spending and the capital improvements, and it's got to be detailed. It's got to have breakdowns. We have to have a better product to be better stewards of the people's money, and so I'm gonna bring that one back up too. So just FYI, one last
printed budget book.
Yeah, and in details
I mean,
exactly. but I like to be able to make notes on it too. So, and the other thing is the CIT, and I think that's a really important point that Councilman Miranda keeps talking about. But we have to remember that it's a county-wide initiative and it's not initiated by us. So in some ways, it's kind of, I know there's the politics of it, but that's a big question mark. We don't know what we don't know, and I don't want to take actions today based on that unknown quantity. So I think we should do what we need to do for the right reasons today for the city of Tampa, and then the things that are not within our control that are coming tomorrow, we'll deal with those when they come. Thank you.
All right, let's go to public comment. If you have not spoken yet and would like to speak, please line up and state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Am I the only one?
No, there's more.
Well, you're special, that's what happens.
I am special, that's right.
Oh.
I know that. Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. I was here late because I was over there fighting back the invasion of 5,000 more freaking apartments. Couple things. So I missed some stuff, and if I missed it and I'm repeating something, please just. Okay, took us 6 days to get the whole budget. That's a problem. I haven't finished reading it yet because I have to have a life. I have to take my kids to school, things like that. So I haven't finished reading it. Normally, between that 10-day period, I would have had it read. The exact number of pages in the budget, just like Councilman Clandina just said, it's really important that it's all together in one place. I don't have to have a paper copy. I just want it digitally, so I know that it's all there. Even though those 3 links did not have everything, because I asked Chief Bennett, and he's like, oh, there's a couple more pages. So bottom line is, CPI, we've got to look at that. I'm flabbergasted that all the media talked about all kinds of stuff, but we didn't talk much about those fees that have been neglected for many, many, many years. And if you want to, I haven't made up my mind whether or not I support this millage increase. I went back and looked at my properties. I was kind of shocked because all of mine fall into the $20 a month thing. But 21% can easily be raised to 32% if you pull out the downtown and channel side money and earmark it only for public safety improvements in that area instead of let's pile $5.3 million into those 2 or 3 CRAs, whatever they are. That's ridiculous when they both need fire stations. So let's not give that directly to the CRA and just keep it out and add it up. That would make it 14.96 million. Okay, so that would get us up to 32. It would at least get us started. If by chance, I want to know what pages of this big fat budget all of those increases are on. I didn't know till I was in the budget meeting last week that all of these numbers over here in the last column already include the millage. So what happens if it doesn't pass? Santa Claus is not going to come around and give the money out. So where are the original numbers? You can't make decisions about whether you think that's important or not until you see, is it 15 pages of that 377? Is it 5 pages? Is it 100 pages? But until you know how many pages were directly impacted and where that money is going, how can you make a decision? I know I can't make a decision. And I want to read this and spend just as much time on it as probably all of you will. But I think that the number one thing we need to look at is that CRA funding for downtown and channel side needs to go directly into a fund for public safety for the fire stations in those 2 areas.
Thank you.
Not into their pockets of developers. That $50 million that was given away by channel side.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Fran Tate, Jackson Heights Neighborhood Association President. We want to go on record saying that we do support TPD, the Fire Department, Parks and Recreation, and PAL. Our children are our future. I had a question. 4 years ago, Mayor Castor came up with the Pipes Program Initiative, and it was a $2.9 billion infrastructure project, which it addressed the pipes, the sewage pipes in the aging let's see, replace aging water and sewage pipes in East Tampa, McFarland Park, Forest Hills, and Virginia Park. Also, it was to also modernize some of the streets in those 4 quadrants. Is the project finished? Is there any money left over from the project?
From the pipes project?
The pipes.
It's still in the beginning phases.
It's in phases.
It's still at the beginning of everything.
Okay, because I know they
Yeah.
did take care of some of East Tampa. So more funding for that program is coming out of the budget that we're talking about now, correct? It's coming, it's a separate
Mr.
budget.
Romero, can you clarify how the pipes funding works?
Thank you, that's all I had. I'm just concerned, we're talking about all this money, $2.9 billion. Did we spend all of that already?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Mr. O'Hara?
Thank you, Ms. O'Hara.
Yes, ma'am, and hello, Council. Dennis Rahara, Chief Financial Officer. I was here to elaborate. I mean, you've answered the question. Yes, it's an ongoing project. It's got decades left and much more debt issuances to come throughout the city. If we can get specifics on the particular areas she was talking about, we can provide not only what, if anything, has been done already, but what is to come and perhaps a time frame. But the PIPES program is in its infancy.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know projects are 20 years down the road in some parts. So.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Priscilla Partel, and I live in Tampa, Florida. I have a couple questions. Some are going to be for City Council, and some will be about the budget specifically. So I'm just going to list them and just if they could possibly be answered somehow and provided later. So for transportation, I was curious as to what the revenue generation would be for the Tampa versus whoever owns parking. It seems like there's an owner for certain parking lots. Maybe I misunderstood that. And then regardless of that, I was kind of curious about what that revenue generation was and what opportunity, how much that would be over different periods of time, and then what that money could be allocated to or not allocated to.
So parking is an enterprise?
I don't want to, I'm sorry, I have only 3 minutes, right? I want to ask questions. I have a lot of questions. Okay, thank you though. Okay, so what would, the next thing would be, how did the existing paving decisions get decided? And I only saw 2 districts that actually had paving that's taking place right now. So, and there was a lot of talk about being equitable and things like that, so that was a little bit interesting to me that that's actually the case. Also, just overall, I was wondering, why is there a solution to increase taxes opposed to maybe other possible solutions? I know that there was like even talks previously about maybe developer impact costs, things like that, and maybe how those could be used. I wonder if that goes into some of the statement that was talked about previously, and maybe funds can only be used for certain areas, or are we just not doing that? So I was kind of curious about, you know, other ways we could gather money. And then for fire rescue, I was just curious about what the difference was in cost. I was noticing like there was a huge disparity in difference between like the 900 and 15K versus when I divided out the cost by 5 for like the 5 different buildings. And I think it could be because certain ones were maybe a little older, quite a bit older, and maybe needed extra care, and maybe that was the cost, but I was just wanting to make sure my assumptions were correct. Police, I was thinking it was really interesting. 6 years definitely seems like an interesting way to classify as to when the cost of maintenance goes up. I was thinking maybe it would be more about the actual mileage, like usually once you get past a certain mileage threshold, that's where it kind of goes up. I did like the idea about the Parks and Rec and providing a space for kids. I think that's important. I was curious about what's the cost of that that Parks and Rec is eating versus what is being done by the police department. I was also interested in okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
For the rising member.
So hopefully there will be an opportunity to answer the questions, and you can email them to me, or I can provide you with her information so she can get a response to those great questions. Great job. Hey, everybody, Robin Lockett, long night, so this will be quick. I keep hearing, y'all have a talking point. Offer transportation was not passed. You know why offer transportation was not passed? Because of the lack of transparency. People weren't buying into it, right? That was one big reason. They had a lot of questions about it. They didn't want to pass it because they didn't know how the money was going to be spent. That was the word on the street, right? So you keep saying that in justification of passing this, and that's kind of screwy to me. Fire houses being built. We need housing before we need fire housing. We talk about response time for fire trucks. I said this in a meeting the other day. If I'm sitting in traffic, and this just dawned on me, and fire rescue is coming, people don't move because they have nowhere to move in traffic. So in regards to technology, I think Chief Tripp spoke about this today. In regards to technology, where they have a button that they can push and force the lights to stay green, that will help with the response time. In regards to adding people, the response time. So invest in that technology. We need housing. When you identify affordable housing, and everybody up here talked about affordable housing, and I see everybody going sideways in regards to a conversation about it. We need housing. Whatever Nicole Travis is asking for, we need it. They're going to raise the rent anyhow, regardless. They have been. That's why we're in this situation now. The laws from Tallahassee, have the lawyers look at what we can do. They didn't preempt everything. So there are still opportunities for us to make a dent in regards to protecting renters. When you talk about affordable housing and attainable housing, you're talking about buying. Everybody is not able to buy, even with down payment assistance. So looking at reality in this stuff and just have the will of the people and do what's right. That's all I'm asking. Have the will of the people and do what's right. The budget is very important. I really plan on diving into it. So of course I have questions. I have meetings set up with most of you. Some of y'all haven't called me back, but I'm not going to call your name out. Not today. But I have meetings with most of you guys, and I do want to find out what you are trying to push, what Florida Rising is trying to push, and how we can work together, because we have to work together. Thank you.
It's not me, is it? Not me. I'm scheduled. You'll find out.
Go report it, baby. No, they call them out.
I'm on the calendar.
Yeah, you're on my calendar. Yeah, you are.
Anybody else? Chief Bennett, you have 3 minutes. Yes.
And John Bennett, Chief of Staff.
Can I just say one thing before the public leaves? If anybody has questions, they can email us all at tampacitycouncil@tampagov.net, and we can forward the questions to staff to have them answer it. Thank you. What do you want to say that?
Also, there's a meeting on the 23rd.
That's what.
Oh, you were going to say, great.
No, that's okay. I appreciate Councilman Carlson mentioning that option. And that's what we wanted to do for the young lady who asked all the questions. There is a community workshop on August 23rd from 5:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Police Athletic League. And of course, we did it that way so council and administration can work together and answer some of these questions in these different areas holistically about the budget. So it's just another opportunity for community engagement. So we just want to make sure, again, August 23rd, 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the Police Athletic League, 1924 West Diana Street. And there's an opportunity to register on the public website.
Thank you very much. That would conclude the meeting unless we have new business, which I believe we do. Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman Hurtak.
I actually have a question for Nicole based on the comments that people made.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Travis,
Full disclosure, it's after my bedtime.
Well, it's close to after my bedtime too. But one of the things we talked about, and I think you might have had it in your slide, but I think it's important for people to realize as we discuss housing and how we're not going to be able to help people right now but we are.
Yeah.
From this budget, we're going to be able to help keep people, we're going to be able to keep the Band-Aid on for a couple more years. And that's all we need. We don't need the Band-Aid forever, but we need a Band-Aid until we get some housing built.
Yes.
So about how many people are we going to be able to help this year-ish compared to last year? Or money, however you want to look at it.
So thank goodness for Kayon predicting that you would probably ask me this question. so I'm gonna put something on the Elmo for you.
Kayon was ready for you. Ms. Henderson,
She reads minds, yes. Can you see that? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the 1 mil is adopted, this is showing you how we would break down the different households that would be assisted. So we tried to keep it in the same bucket format that you've been looking at. We have a deeper dive, and I think I've shared what that Excel spreadsheet looks like, how much we would be able to do in acquisitions, rehab, home ownership, rental assistance. And so the rental assistance, really that's what you're talking about, Councilwoman Hurtak, that if that money becomes available, we would be able to immediately help people with the rental assistance and the rehab and keeping people housing stable. And here's your do nothing slide.
Okay, there it is.
If we do not get the millage increase, the full mill increase, this is how many households I would be able to help regarding rental assistance, 300 households, rehab, about 60 households.
Can you slide that so we can kind of see both? No. Like slide this one to the left and that one to the right, or maybe fold it over a little bit. And if
I told you it's past my bedtime.
the T&I folks can zoom out a little bit so we could see kind of both at the same time.
So 7,000 versus 2,000, estimate.
Can you
give
see
or take.
that?
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay.
So my first comment is we're going to have to move a lot more money to the homeless issues, because if we can only help 300 households, that's going to be 3,100 households who are going to be out on the street.
Rental assistance.
Yeah, I'm sorry, rental, yes, but what I'm saying is we're gonna have to increase homeless because a large percentage of those rental assistants are gonna be homeless.
Yeah,
They're gonna be
so-
living in cars, because there's really no place, even in the county, for these people to move.
So a big part of this, the study, so since last year, we've been working diligently on housing strategies and how we can, and truly trying to understand what we need. What we do not have in Tampa is temporary housing. We do not have temporary housing, and that doesn't allow us to put people, so we have Tampa Hope, and Tampa Hope is completely full.
That's
Even
for
after-
singles.
And that's for single people. It doesn't serve families, correct? So there is no temporary housing where we're trying to get people transitioned and have a place for them to stay until they find permanent housing. So with some of the acquisition funds, that will help. You're looking at rental assistance, but some of that acquisition money would help with that. It's all strategy to be able to provide a holistic approach to housing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I truly believe that while I appreciate Councilman Vieira's point about cuts, we are talking about cuts. I think we are, because if we don't increase this, we don't have enough funding to even fund what we have now, and Mr. O'Hara has made that pretty clear. So I do think we all have to go through this budget with a fine-tooth comb if we want to reduce anything. I'm not willing to reduce housing one bit. I just, it's.
And the campaign trail indicated that they aren't either. Everyone
Yeah,
else.
I mean, this was what we campaigned on. It was this and roads. And. And sidewalks. But this is what drives our city. And as Councilmember Carlson said, it's about economics, but if we can't house people, we can't build the economic engine we want to build. I really feel like this is the root in the tree of the budget. And
I don't disagree.
if it takes a mill, it takes a mill.
May I make a comment? So, because I'm hangry and it's past my bedtime, I'm gonna say it anyway, right? Over the last year, I've been before you with the incredible team behind me. You guys have been award-winning team, that's right. That you've been asking us to find ways and find solutions regarding housing affordability. And around this time last year, or before the budget year, I think it was like in March or so, I just kept saying, give me a little time. Give me a little time. Let me get the team. Let's get the housing needs assessment together. Let's really assess what we need. Let us understand how much funding we're getting, where it's going, how many units we can buy. Because that's ultimately how we end up with these bucket lists, right? I brought to this council policy decisions that deal with housing affordability. And sometimes this council decided not to act on those policy decisions. We've brought Live Local before you, showing you what the state has preempted with recommendations from staff, and not all of those recommendations were brought before you. I've constantly brought things before you because you've asked, what do you do? This is the ask. If you do not invest in housing now, it will not be any better next year. Your community will suffer significantly from the lack of housing affordability in this community, and it will be a detriment to this economy. And so I'm saying it as nicely as I can, even though I'm hangry and tired. I've been before you, and I've brought everything that you've asked us to do. Some things you have not acted on, and I have been said that I seem like not as passionate about housing anymore. And it's not that, it's that we keep coming before you and telling you what we need. We brought policy for you to act on, and you have not acted on it. So I'm showing you what we need. We have a plan for it, and I'm asking for your indulgence to support the most vulnerable in our community.
They want to clap, so go ahead.
All right, new business? Councilman Clendenin?
I'd like to go on record and say it's past my martini time, and that trumps past dinner time or bedtime. Honestly, Councilman Carlson, I feel like I'm stealing your thunder, so I would defer to you if you would like to make the motion on the budget analyst. Are you sure? Because I know you've been a long. Right, I know you. I just know. Right, I just know Councilman Carlson has been a long time advocate of that, and you know, before I was on council and I watched it, and so I wanted to make sure that I was respectful, that I acknowledged the fact that this wasn't my idea, but it isn't a rules, but it just needs to be budgeted. So I'd like to make a motion that in fiscal year 2024, that the budget include a position for city council budget analyst.
Second.
Second.
Or I'll let him second.
We have a motion from Councilman Clendenin with a second from Councilman Carlson. Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman Henderson.
Yes, in doing so, what is the timeline for this? Are we thinking about, and also, how are we gonna make the decision? Do we hand that to HR and then we decide on that person?
I think right now we're just talking about budgeting it, holding the funds, and then we can work the details as far as, you know, what that position actually looks like for future, you know, as a future discussion. But right now, it's just earmarking the funds, holding that position, so that when if we take action, the money's actually a line item in the budget.
Yes, sir.
I actually have that budget, and it seems like we have room already in the budget for it, but we should double check. Also, our operating costs for some reason doubled this year. So city council went from 175,000 to 335,000, and I'm not sure why.
All my commendation plaques.
Yeah. But I want to know why that increase is there, because that's an area we can certainly cut.
Did they incorporate raises in that?
No, that's the personnel and operations are different. So what I'm saying is, if nobody explains to me why the operation costs are so high, we can certainly move a little bit of that money into personnel to cover that budget analyst, and then give the rest back. No, again, it's not personnel, it's operating.
Travel.
So, operating would just be how we all, like paper and chairs and this and that and,
Pencils.
yeah.
Well, okay, so staying back to the point on the floor.
All right. We have a motion. Yes?
The question is are you leaving it to the administration to determine how much money is going to be budgeted for that in that position?
You know, I guess at this point for an FT, I think I would have to defer to their expertise as to know what that would look like, so. I think Dennis is probably fully equipped to be able to come up with a dollar figure.
Don't you know we have budget analysts on staff, right?
No, you don't.
We
No,
never
we
have-
don't have other budget analysts?
No.
No other budget
Anyone
analysts?
for the equal
Well, there
business.
is, in your budget office perhaps there is, but in terms of city council.
No, I know not city council, but he would have a ballpark based on the other budget analysts. we
Mr.
have.
CFO?
You can keep that.
Yes, sir. Again, Dennis Rajero, Chief Financial Officer. Yeah, might I suggest that if you make the motion to add the FTE, and then as some council members have said, absolutely, we've got a staff of budget analysts, and we could offer you a couple of different options in terms of level of budget analyst, and at least give you a feel for how much it would cost, fully loaded, not just salary, but compensation, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, could you, Councilmember Clendenin, could you just add a section that would say, and for staff to report back on a certain day as to how to engage the person?
Yeah, first reading. So I'll accept that, by first reading, I'll accept that as a friendly amendment.
The first budget hearing, yes. All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Carlson. Vieira?
Yes, sir, thank you. Very briefly, I wanted to say,
Yeah.
thank you. Very briefly, I wanted to say, this was brought up maybe 3 years ago, I think it was, by Councilman Dingfelder and by Councilman Carlson as well, and I voted against it. And I'm explaining why I'm flipping, because I always like to do that. We do need this, and I think that the years have shown that I was wrong in that regard, so I'm glad to support it. So, yeah, I did want to say that, and also mention as well Councilman Dingfelder, because again, just to say that, I did vote against this, and I think the years have shown that I was incorrect in that regard, so thank you.
I don't believe you're incorrect, depends on who you hire.
Well, that's true too.
I had to fire 2 of them because they were sleeping in the room. I'm telling you the facts. We had budget analysts before. Oh, yeah. They would sleep.
Well, could it be contract for a period of time?
Yeah,
Or does it have to be
I think that's
20
the,
years? Yeah, we can talk about it.
I think that's the details as we talk. I think right now it's an earmark. I think whether it's contract, whether it's FTE, but I think we need to earmark it in there for the full cost. We can always pull back, but just to have it there so that we can work out the details.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Vieira?
Yes, sir.
No.
Oh, I'm so
No, you're supporting it this time?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
That's why I said that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have one more. I'd like to.
Do you have to read it? Motion passes unanimously? Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to make a motion for the 2024 budget be presented to the Tampa City Council. The detailed budget book, it could be in PDF. I'm going to put my advance request in that I want a printed version. With a detailed breakdown of line items sufficient enough that City Council can make appropriate decisions on spending by department. And I guess that's probably sufficient to capture my idea. Yes, sir.
Friendly amendment.
Clarification, did you mean FY 2024
I'm sorry,
or 2025?
FY 2025 presented to us in 2024. Sorry.
The meal increase included?
No,
No,
25.
this is next year. Yeah, no.
Second,
No, I-
but I have an amendment. I'll let him do his amendment.
We have a second from Councilwoman Hurtak, yes?
I was just going to say, we should add that the printed edition should be in 7-point type, just for Councilman Clendenin.
Well, I also want to clarify too, not just budget, but also the capital improvement.
The entire budget.
Question, does that include the budget supplement that is included?
Everything.
The whole budget.
The whole kit and
The whole
caboodle.
shebang.
My only friendly amendment would be to not have the word other included at all. So we need to have, like, there's like millions, tens of millions of dollars in an other column for almost every section. Yeah, we absolutely need, other should be used for something way less than $1 million.
I want to ask a question about that. In the other, do you use that for contingency purposes, Mr. Herrero? Like, is there a percentage for contingency reasons? Why do you do it?
No, ma'am, we do it for a couple of different reasons. First, to comply with the charter. The charter has minimum requirements. Some of it, in my opinion, is a little anachronistic, but it originated, those charter requirements originated when we used to publish a complete line item budget of the entirety of the city. Since then, the best practice has been to move away from that to a performance-based, program-based budget, and that's what you see now. And there's different schools of thought on that. And other is a subcategory included in the state chart of accounts, state of Florida chart of accounts. That's what we have to comply with. And earlier this evening, the parking amount of $15–20 million was brought up, and that's a good example of it's an interfund transfer from a fund that closes every year to a fund that continues. But don't get me wrong, it's certainly not clear in that particular printout, but it is clear in other portions of the budget. But if you're looking at that particular portion, you don't know that. So understood. It's a subcategory that has detailed line items below it, but it's all, again, I want to stress, it's all in accordance with the state chart of accounts. And other is the bane of my existence because of these discussions. So I can certainly see council's and the public's perspective on that particular description.
Clarification for every line item, Mr. Clinton. Are you talking about every salary of every personnel, like every single line?
Yeah, they're available. You can find them.
Yeah, I know, but you want all of that?
I think since we have the fiduciary responsibility of passing the budget for the city, so the mayor obviously, and staff presents us this budget. We have the obligation to go through and really do a thorough line-by-line evaluation so that when we have those questions like we've had on the dais today, obviously this is something like, when do you start? Well, this is something we probably should have started years ago, but, can't go back. Maybe too late maybe for this fiscal year, but we have to start somewhere. So that's why it's an advance notice that next year I'm looking forward to meeting that responsibility as a member of city council to go through that budget line by line, and because I want to make sure that what we're passing, when I'm spending other people's money, I want to make sure that we're spending it responsibly, and I want to look that line by line. Exactly. I pay taxes. It's my money too, so I want to make sure as we go through that, and I appreciate and I know that it's more work, and I know that it provides a lot more public scrutiny. So I get that, but I think it's an important element, especially when we're asking people to invest more in their city. I think it's something we can look forward to, and I think it's something that will really help with the governance of the city and good budgetary decisions. So
motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else, sir?
Nope, I'm done.
Councilman Vera, did you have a motion?
Yes, just one if I may. Sure, thank you. I do motion, as I indicated, for those fire stations, and it's particularly, or potential fire stations. So K-Bar Ranch, and if y'all want this, feel free. Again, in last year's budget, 2023 projects included Fire Station 24, and there was fiscal year 23, $11 million that had previously been foreseeably allocated for that year for 24, and it says here, K-Bar Ranch area. So, having a city of Tampa budget that asks the city to pay more and yet doesn't include beginning the steps for a single fire station is to me awful, especially when you have, again, the county's public safety master plan done by the county. That's management, 28 fire stations. So my motion would be to have the administration come back in this year's budget. And this doesn't take a whole ton of money. Like Councilman Clendenin said, we're not talking about fire stations in 1 year. This is a process, but it has to be done now. For the following 3 stations, which is downtown, North Tampa, I know that the administration is looking at that, and Chief Tripp continues to do a wonderful job with that and with other things with fire, and we're very appreciative of that. And then for K-Bar Ranch, and it could be land acquisition and design funds, which are much more limited, but we have to start right now. And I promise you that if this passes and gets in the budget, we will follow up on it, because things get passed in the budget, you don't keep a hold of them, they get lost. And we're not going to, because look at this. So that's my motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Go ahead.
Can we, I offer a front, well, I guess discussion. Is that, because I'm not sure that I've had enough information to know that, I mean, I know K-Bar is wide, and I think even the chief had previously acknowledged that there probably is a need for that. So what are the other two? Downtown, and what's the other one?
Yes, sir. And here, this is for K-Bar Ranch. Downtown.
Right.
Renovated or just a new one?
No, an additional one there for Channel Side. So if you take a look at downtown, and again, rely upon the numbers that Local 754 has given us, we had this one downtown fire station 25 years ago. We have one today. The union has been very, very adamant on that. And by the way, if you want to support this and go, hey, listen, 2 weeks later, hey, Vera, I've come up with additional information, that's fine. You're not,
But,
you know.
But I mean, as far as like location identification, are we there yet?
No, we're not. To the best of my knowledge, we're not. And then for North Tampa, they are looking at a particular place off Fowler for that. But I think it should get started in this budget. And that would help Station 13, which recently was the 54th busiest station in the United States of America.
So could we narrow down to 2, because knowing that we're not going to be able to get 3 right away anyway, so what are the top 2?
Well, and you know what? I can leave it to them in terms of what they're going to prioritize, because there's design, there's property acquisition, et cetera. So I can leave it up to them, because again, I'm not a firefighter, I'm just an overweight attorney.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there you go. But so that's my motion.
Yes, Mr. Shelby.
Yes, thank you. If I can, Mr. Vieira, you raise a very interesting issue here that, from what I understand, the paper you have, those fire stations, or at least that particular one at K-Bar, was in the capital improvement plan.
It would appear so, given on, it says here, District 7 capital improvement budget includes Fire Station 24, which is identified here as K-Bar Ranch. And again, what happened in the past, I'm not here to whine about that or anything. I'm just looking at the future.
But what that says, if I understand what you're saying, is that at some point in time, City Council approved a 5-year capital improvement plan that contemplated that, and somewhere along the line, it's no longer in the capital improvement plan. So the question that I'm raising to you is what you are discussing implicates the capital improvement plan.
And I don't want to complicate it by going there. My motion is solely to have the aforementioned 3 areas for fire stations to be included in this year's budget for, at the very least, design and potentially land acquisition, to begin to look at that for those 3 areas. Y eso es todo. And that's it. That's all. That's it. That's it. Yeah, because I don't want to overcomplicate it, especially when people are hangry.
We have a motion and a second. All
Yeah,
in
but
favor?
there's still more discussion, sir. I don't understand it in terms of Channel Side, because Channel Side is so very close to downtown. Why does it need a fire station? Can you justify the need? It's literally around the corner. Can you justify the need? Do we have, 80% of our calls are medical. I would like to see the data on that, to be able to support a fire station that's around the corner from downtown.
This is not asking, if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is not asking you to marry the idea. It's just merely asking you just to look at it. If you want to vote no on objection, you may. But again, I do believe, and the union does believe, that an additional fire station is needed there. I do think it's something reasonable to move forward at this time. But again, I don't want to get into a whole micro discussion at this time at night on this. But I do think it's important to plant the seeds in this budget for that.
Well, but your motion does kind of commit funds for that. So can we have them report back to council on that issue?
That's what I'm saying, is to report back on their position on it, us stating that's our position on it, and they report back to us with our position, and we can have it in.
If you want to have it in this year's budget, my suggestion would be to bring it back at the first public hearing.
So is the chief prepared to have that by first reading?
And if I may, if.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
If I may, before the chief shows up, just to add a little bit of context, Fire Station 24, vis-a-vis, I'm sorry?
K-Bar.
Yeah, again, Dennis Rajero, Chief Financial Officer. There is $1.5 million in the current fiscal year 23 capital improvement plan that is being carried over in the fiscal year 24 capital improvement plan for that particular fire station. So just to add some context to
and that's all, and that's great to hear, because again, what we heard at Cafe Con Tampa right? Not to bring up Coffee from Tampa Bill or Councilman Carlson, but was that there was a de-emphasis of fire stations in the city of Tampa budget. So I want to make sure that we have K-Bar Ranch, which last thing I heard, Tampa Fire Rescue wasn't too keen on having a station at K-Bar Ranch. So that's a great reversal, and I'm glad to see that. North Tampa as well as downtown Tampa. That's it. That's my motion. That's it.
Thank you.
I'm not here, I'm not an expert in none of this stuff, neither is the rest of us, I think, but when you're looking at, it's based on density by population, that's the metrics that they use. And when you have a lot of high rises, I guess that's what they're talking about, that density and high rise, but the problem is the land costs and where you're gonna put it at. So I don't know how to tell you what to get, that's for the experts to find out how to do that, not me.
Feasibility, that's what I'm looking at, which is.
Is it possible to expand Fire Station 1 to accommodate, to do that? Yes.
If I may, yes, and again, what I'm looking at is feasibility. I don't want to have like a whole workshop this evening. I wouldn't put the chief on the spot on that, for example, just so that we can discuss it at the council meeting. And then the administration can brief us, and Chief Tripp and others can brief us in between then. But I want to get that conversation started. We should move forward with that in this budget. I think that's very important.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think it's a lot to go into when we sit here and talk about fire stations. I think we need to see what's needed based on the call volumes that we have and as far as what type of calls they are, you know, before we sit here. And I'm not saying we don't need to build fire stations. I'm saying that we need to take care of what the need is. And the need has been from multiple reports of ALS, Advanced Life Support units, helping with the medical calls. The layout of what's been in place for over years, and that's why I say when we talk about making changes for response time, it's so many components of this response time. We got to look at the equipment that we have. How can we change the response time? The units getting out of the stations, our dispatch system. Both reports states how we're not meeting standards when it comes to our dispatch system, where it should be within 60 minutes, and it's taking more than 60 minutes. So we harp on the response time, but there's so many different components that I think we need to clear up, because even if you do master plan, you're not going to get the accurate information that you need until you fill some of these gaps in.
So I think what Councilman Vera is asking for is, I don't think we need to refurbish the fire stations. We need to get that technology in the vehicles. We need to hire your firefighters. We need to add the ALS that you're talking about, but also kind of in parallel with that, just do the advanced steps. And I think some of this is already here, because I believe I've actually heard you say to us once that there was a need, K-Bar was eventually a need, it was just in the priority list, we weren't there because we had all these other needs. But if we're able to, with having this increase in funding, if we're able to fund all those needs now, we could still move forward in this budget to do the advanced work to identify what our future needs are going to be, and because we got to get an earmark in the budget to start the process. I think that's what Councilman Vera is saying.
And yes, and if I may, but my motion is on, again, feasibility. I don't want to have a detailed discussion on this evening, because it's just not the time.
So can you come back on first reading of the budget with the feasibility of identifying those fire stations?
I will do my best, and if I need more time, I'll ask for it.
Absolutely, Chief, and we appreciate you.
We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And I have nothing.
Yes, ma'am?
I now have a motion. Sorry, just when
Can you
Mr.
complete the sentence of motion passes fail, please, before we.
Oh, sorry.
Motion passes with Henderson voting no.
Thank you. I'm not angry, I just like being efficient and
No,
formal.
that's true. Thank you. I'm going to ask that finance staff provide the FY 2023 rollover funds for each department to council by August 23rd, 2023. I want to know what we have left and where it's going.
Right.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak with a second from Councilmember Miranda. Now this is for
the entire budget, and obviously not every department's going to have any rollover, but any department that does have rollover, I'm sure in that little computer program that none of us can understand. Well, I can't speak for any of you. I don't understand it. And I hope you all do. That's like all that really, I guess, matters in the long run. But I'm sure there's somewhere where you can share with us the rollover areas.
And if
For
I may ask,
2023, what's going to be added to, like this? We had money sitting in this capital improvement program, and if we had the rollover, we would have known about it.
if I could ask a clarifying question, the first, my first caveat is it will be projected rollover because we're not out of the fiscal year yet, just so you know, as opposed to actuals, which again will take probably 2 months. We typically know our actuals in November. Happy to provide you the projections. I just want to make sure it would be what we anticipate will be remaining in the department's budget at the end of this fiscal year.
That would be absolutely very helpful, yes. We can start with just the department, if you think that some things need to be divided out, but I'll have questions about dividing out, so if it's not hard, just go ahead and divide it out.
Understood.
All right, is there a second? Second, Councilmember Clendenin, or I'm sorry, we'll give it to Miranda Carlson. You have a discussion? Oh, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anybody else? Yes, sir. Motion passes unanimously.
Well, because people are listening and it's important. See, our clerk
Miranda.
needs to know. Thank you, Ms. Saito.
I just want to say 3 things real fast. One is that I think we need some kind of system for tracking and approvals on bonding. My objection to the Fair Oaks issue is just the way it was handled, that city council, at least I was not aware that the price had risen by $23 million. And the same thing with Hannah Avenue, and there are other examples. Somehow we need an approval process where, just like you say that the ad valorem revenue has gone up by 26 million, we need to know what the bond capacity is, and then we need to have a discussion between city council and the administration about what that bond capacity is going to be handled on. Instead, what happens is that the community is promised something before we even know that it's being considered. And so I'm not making a motion right now, but I just ask everybody to please think about that so we can avoid that confusion in the future. Second is that, yes, someone mentioned the original budget that was put on the website was just the 300-page version, but within 3 or 4 working days, now there's the 900-page version. I just want to let everybody know who's watching tampa.gov/budget, and there are 3 buckets here: the 2024 budget PDF, 2024 to 2028 capital improvement, and 2024 budget supplement. You have to read all 3 of those to get the whole budget, and there may be another addendum that would be added. The reason why I say that is that thank you to the administration for getting the longer version out. We need everybody possible to read the whole document. Every year we have somebody from the public who comes with a great idea that they found by reading line by line. So if you all have suggestions, send it to Tampa City Council at tampagov.net. And the last thing is that I don't know if you all saw the story yesterday, but the state has passed these new laws about condos. If your condo is more than 30 years old, you have to get an inspection, and then every 10 years afterwards, you have to get an inspection. Bayfront Towers in St. Pete, which is a well-known tower. Charlie Chris lived in it for a long time. They just got hit by $45 million in repairs that they have to make, and it might end up being less. But if we have, I don't want to mention any names of condos, but if we have a lot of condos that are more than 30 years old in the city of Tampa, and we could be facing some catastrophic situations. We talk about keeping people in their homes. There could be people that have condos that could be upside down with their equity because of this law and because of the problems they find. So we need to put that on our radar and try to figure out what the city's going to do around it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sir, to budget money, do you have to come before city council? I'm sorry, not budget, to a bond money.
Yes,
that requires city council approval, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure, because that reference that was there, because, yeah.
They have to get approval from us to issue the bonds, I think, and then also for the budget approval. But like on Fair Oaks, we haven't, to my knowledge, we haven't voted on the $23 million increase. So, and there was, the staff said the public was promised that money. So the same thing with Fair Oaks. We were presented a couple weeks ago with a $14 million increase, but the money essentially had already been spent. We should, if looking at next year, we see that we can refinance bonds or issue new bonds, and let's say there's $100 million in capacity, we spent the whole night talking about $46 million.
Right.
If there's $100 million in capacity, we need to sit down and talk about how that will be spent. We know just in those two cases I mentioned, that's like 50 million. Just Fair Oaks and Hannah Avenue, those increase in the bonds are the same as the entire increase in the budget. We haven't spent any time talking about those. So we need to have a cycle where the city council and the public are involved early in the process to know what bonding capacity we have, and the administration can say, here is what we think the priorities are on how it should be used. We could give some feedback, public gives some feedback before we go down to public meetings where we promise people that we're increasing the budget. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good discussion, because I'm also apprehensive. I was in a conversation today about bonded money because it obligates future councils and ties their hands and ties up money. And we talk about the CRA. If we bond future CRA money, that eliminates some of our flexibility with what we're doing, which I think is what we found where we are today with some of those CRAs. So I appreciate you bringing that up today, and that's something I definitely want to pay attention to. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry if I could offer a clarification. Yes, both councilmen, you are correct. I just want, again, in the interest of transparency, to make it clear, we have not issued any debt on the East Tampa Recreation Center. As you asked, we'll have to come before City Council to issue that debt in the future.
We have a motion from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilman Carlson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you.
How are you, Chief?